Okay, let's start it. Hello, dear guest. I am Mihai Tivadar from the Romanian rock band Dirty Shirt, and I'm really pleased to welcome you to East European Rock Alliance workshop entitled Do-It-Yourself Strategies and Tools for Young and Emerging Bands. As the content for today will be really, really dense, I propose you to start directly with the workshop, which will follow this plan. After a brief introduction, we will present the strategies for bands from local going international. There is a second part which is focused on band management. It will be maybe the biggest part of this workshop. After a well-deserved coffee break, or a beer break if you prefer, we will present the tools for touring bands, and we will finish with a part about communication and promotion. Can you please stop the music? And now I present our guest speakers. We have from Poland Bartek and Piotr, which represents Doku, our partner from Poland. Also, they are production manager and booker for Poland Rock, one of the biggest music festivals in Europe. And we have our good friend Bartosz Krusznicki, also known as Hippies, from Litka Grubasa, one of the biggest rock band in Poland. From Slovakia, we have Dominika and Martin from Helenine Oci and Age of Management. They are here. They were really, really ill this week. 2 days ago, we didn't know if they come to the project or not. They are here, but they couldn't prepare their presentation. So for their topic, me and Hippies, we will do it instead of them. And from Romania, we have the dream team from Dirty Shirt with Robert Rusz, Cristian Balanean, and Adrian Uritescu. We will have also Ramona Gram from Pre-Music Events Ambilet.ro. Ela Negrescu from Chic Age Management, and Sorin Enus, who is the representative of Creative Europe in Romania. Just a brief introduction about the East European Rock Alliance project. It's an international cultural project between 3 countries, Romania, Slovakia, and Poland, which are representative from each country, and which is financed by Creative Europe program in the section Small Cooperation Projects. There are many activities scheduled in this project. We start today with the international workshop. Will be followed by international tour with concerts in Romania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Poland. In Romania, we'll start tomorrow with Bucharest, then followed by Brașov and Cluj-Napoca. We have a final festival, EERA Festival in Bucharest. It will be in 13 October, 1st November, here at Arenele Romane. Also, we have 2 associated festivals in this project. It's Hellfest from Slovakia, the festival organized by Helenine Oci, and 1 festival to be announced in Poland. Suspense. And we will open in April a young talent contest, which will be a really interesting opportunity for young bands. We will make also a professional database that will include geolocated information about venues, festivals, etc., and an artist portal which is meant to facilitate exchanges between bands. And of course, we have some sponsors and partners that helped us, especially for the contest for the young bands, with a lot of nice prizes. Okay, so after this brief introduction, let's go directly with the first part, which is focused on the strategies for bands. There are 2 presentations. The first one is Hippies, who will talk about setting the foundation with his experience as leader of Litka Grubasa from Poland. Then together we will present how to develop from local to the national scene. And finally, on this part, I will present the international touring strategies. So I invite Hippies. Do you want this one? Or?
Yeah, of course. Hello, everybody. Welcome all young and emerging artists. Mihai had the easy part, introduction, so I guess it's now the first serious part that I must do. Please forgive if I will say anything not properly in English, because it was a long time that I didn't use it for a long period. All right, guys. I guess this is also the most obvious part, which every band should take right from the beginning. What do I want to do with all that playing, that touring, that making gigs, etc. It is also the most frequently not asked questions to yourselves, because you should do it, and usually no one does. So I don't know why it happens, but also our band didn't take this question for 10 years, and we are standing right into the same place. As soon as we set our goals properly, the band went forward, which the greatest example is here, because I'm sitting in Bucharest and speaking in English to the audience, which I have never foreseen. If someone would told me it will happen, I would kill him with laughs. All right, so setting the goals. What are the band objectives? I guess we'll move to it in a few seconds, and we'll know what it's all about. We will speak some about the psychological qualities you do need, what you can expect, what trouble will appear if you are moving forward. Also, we will bother about artistic honesty, because I guess it's important if you are hitting the charts, if you are making money. You must always keep your honesty, because it's not easy to fool people, especially in rock music. Of course, it's everything about financial investment, because it's, well, we must say, quite expensive hobby. And the last, we shall talk about do-it-yourself attitude, because it's most important to be independent. I guess every band that is playing at EERA project is as independent as it is possible in nowadays. Okay, so can I stand up?
Yeah.
Oh, we shall see with the wire.
No, it's a wireless.
Oh, if you have a wireless, I will use. Oh.
The pointer?
Now it's more suitable for me, because I'm a singer, you know. Okay, you know what? Every band should ask itself, what is my goal? Am I playing just to have fun, you know, just to grab with the guys some drinks and have a lot of joy? Or is it serious and we want to fulfill some dreams and work hard to pass the amateur level? So, you don't know, if you are making just for fun, you don't need strategy, you don't need to define your music. You can say what you want, you can offend anyone you wish for, because it doesn't matter. You have more time for you and a family, you have pure fun, but you cannot expect anything big will happen, as perhaps you are so lucky that it may appear, but it's really not often happening. But if you want some big dreams, if you want to hit the really big stage, you must take into custody that it's a great investment of time. You need at least some talent, not always, but usually. And of course, it may cost you a lot of money at the beginning. Of course, there's no guarantee that you will expel the success. There's an enormous competition, because there are really many bands, and like you say in the jokes, when you think you can play, you can turn on YouTube and see that there is 12-year-old Chinese who plays 10 times better than you. It's a lot of work, but also it's a great fun that comes from it, but it's still a work. And of course the reward is great, because when you finally go up, you can expect a really nice thing. And of course you must consider that it takes a lot of aspects, because playing is only one of them. If you go to the big stage, you must be an accountant, you must be a PR manager, you must have a lot of ideas how to deal with merchandise, and we will speak of anything later. Okay, move on. That is my favorite sentence that every band always speaks of. It's, music will defend by itself, and I will not be a commercial traitor. Every rock and roll band once in their lifetime says something like this. It's not true. Because, of course, if you are really lucky, it may come true that music will defend by itself, but if you do nothing, if you're just sitting on your ass and expecting a call from, I don't know, God or anyone else, it won't happen. So it's really nice to ask yourself, do I want to do something with it? Or am I just playing and waiting for the something to appear from above? And as a commercial attitude, commercial is always a dirty word. Every rock musician thinks, commercial, no, I will play shit, I will play love songs instead of real heavy metal. So let's put this apart. Commercial doesn't mean poor things. It's completely different. We will say it later. So, as I said, no one gives a damn that you want to be honest with yourself from the basics. People want cool, good sounding stuff. They want bands that are attractive and can draw the people's attention. Greatest bands in the world become famous after they took something with marketing. My favorite example is Nirvana. Everyone thinks that Nirvana was a band that emerged from the basement. Suddenly it became the famous band because everyone loved their music. It's not true. And if you will read their, bio, you may found that Smells Like Teen Spirit was the most promoted video clip in MTV's history at the beginnings. They recorded their record Nevermind in studio, and Dave Grohl, which wasn't their drummer these times, just was passing back through the corridor. He worked at that studio. He heard the music, entered and said, "Oh, it's really cool, but we must re-record it completely because it's not commercial." Of course, there was a fight. Nirvana fired their current drummer and hired Grohl, who produced this album from the start. And it became famous because there was a lot of money put on the marketing, etc. So it's not true that underground bands emerge all by itself. Sometimes, of course, but usually not. Okay, just as I said, it is also possible to reconcile honesty with profit, because commercial doesn't mean automatically that you are playing shit. It's always set apart. And of course, it's very important. You must ask yourself, put yourself into a place of a recipient, of an audience. Would I listen to my music as it was playing by someone else? It's always, every musician thinks that their songs, their music is the best in the world. But what about the audience? Do they think the same? So these are the questions, very basic and obvious question that every musician should think about and ask themselves. Okay. Now, we have two ways. We can be amateur or semi-pro. We can be a professional. And of course, as we said previously, if you are an amateur, you can move freely, you can do anything you want. It's adventure, you have the separate life. Because if you are a pro musician, it becomes joint. The work and music is joining like pieces of a puzzle, let's say. You must help me, at least with the, saying. Okay, you can drink, you can make stupid things, you can talk bad words, we just said about it. And of course, you can quit anytime. If you have enough of playing, enough of taking tours, you can always quit, go to your home and call your friends and say, okay, no matter, we don't play no more. If you are a professional musician, you must consider everything partially as work, because playing is no more only fun, but it's your job, so it takes a lot of you. You must look at finances, because you cannot quit anytime you wish, because you must live with something, with some fee. And sooner or later, you must think about selling your product, because professional musician cannot be the whole life only an amateur. That is also what separates professional from amateur. No one wants to talk about it, but the money is always important if you become a pro musician. And of course, it comes with labeling your music. You must put it on YouTube, you must put it on streaming, you must bother about how many clicks you have, etc. So it's good to know that these things also come when you are passing the amateur level. All right. It is always the thing that musicians think of. Should I be independent, or should I go to some label? And when I'm editing my music, should it go through only my channels of distributing, or should we go to the label that will help us? So, if you are labeled, label can move you forward, because label, of course, has strong contacts in the music industry and own channels of promotion. But if you are independent, it gives you artistic freedom, marketing freedom. You can do all by yourself, but also you must do everything by yourself. So there are, of course, pros and cons of it. It's also the question who you want to be. Do you want to be a mainstream musician or underground? It's good to define it, because when you are in mainstream, you must take a lot more commercial approach to it. You must bow to the target, so you must consider what is trendy. You must think about the whole wider audience, because you cannot play only, I don't know, Nazi skinhead black metal. It won't become famous anytime. Of course, underground means freedom, but it's always a smaller audience. So it's very important to decide if you are taking your music into underground or do you want to be a mainstream guy, because there are two absolutely different approaches. And of course, commercial or rebel approach, it's also important, because if you want to be a rebel, do not expect to sell your music to the wider audience. I guess it's obvious, but also very often bands play really hardcore music and they are surprised why it does not sell widely. Of course, there is always a hook, because there are some bands that are really terribly rebel and they have terrible lyrics that are not politically correct, and they do the sell. So it's not also so obvious as it appears. All right, long-term motivation. That is also something that pro musician must consider, because being professional, it's no something that will happen quickly. It's always very long road. I guess we took 15 or 17 years of playing until we understood some things. So it's kind of hard, to deal with it if you have a private life, if you have families, if you have children. So it's always good to remember that it takes a lot of, how to say, Bartek, are you there? Piotrek, jak powiedzieć wyrzeczenia? You must give up a lot of things if you want to. Sacrifices. Exactly. So you must be ready for the sacrifices if you want to be a pro musician. Sometimes it takes decades. Of course, there is no guarantee of success, because there's a lot of bands that are playing for 40 years and they have no successes at all. This is one important thing. So there is one no golden method, because always I speak with other bands in Poland. They always ask me, come on, tell me, what did you do to become, I don't know, famous, etc. And I said, nothing and everything at the same time, because there's no golden rule that you, I don't know, walk into that radio that will play you and next day you are famous. It doesn't happen. So you must take a lot of things into custody so they may profit in the future. There is always investment, and of course there cannot be a profit. And step by step is the best solution, because if you are taking care of things, multiply. If you are thinking about good music, good image, good merchandise, being sociable, being present on social media, taking care of promotion, taking care of PR, it may become true that every brick will build a wall. Something about human honesty. Being a musician means working with people, always. And you cannot be a terrible man to anybody, because everybody won't be working with you. So we are not alone. You work with people, and every human being is a separate world. So you must consider this. Not everybody is ready for a sacrifice, because you may be ready for a sacrifice, but your colleague from the band may not. And I must say, the musicians change in the bands, and sometimes it's good to separate friendship from playing, from business, because not everybody is ready for hitting big stage. Not everyone is ready for touring for, I don't know, whole year. You are not present at home whole weekends, and that may mean trouble. Of course, the whole band must work as a team, avoid conflict. The conflicts are unavoidable, but it's good to compromise. It's good to see in people good things, not bad things, not to start a fight. It's really hard as you are playing professional because you are with the same guys or girls in the same tour bus, in the same hotels for years. And it's really hard not to get into the fight with everybody. That business is, of course, never fair 100% for anyone because people differ. One is working hard, the second is just taking fruits. So be ready and be prepared mentally. That is not fair, fully fair anytime. Of course, be ready for changes and just as I said, separate friendship from business. It's good to know that playing is one thing and being friend is the second thing. If someone pulls you down really hard, of course, because we are not taking about throwing out your player just after, I don't know, he drinks your beer, but we are taking about a lot deeper things. All right. Artistic honesty. That is always a question. Should I, make my spine thicker, or should I make bad things and dirty things if they are profitable? And sometimes it's always question. Do I have a rock band? Would it become more famous if we play a love song for the girls that is suitable for the radio? Should I do it or not? And I must say, I think in the rock music, it's very important to be honest because the audience feels it. If you are a cheater, if you are poser, if you are posing for someone you are not, that is not a good way. Because, trends may change quickly. In Poland, for example, when Korn became famous throughout the world, we suddenly had 3 or 5 bands that were similar to Korn. They play exactly the same sound with low drop tune. They even looked like Korn, had dreads, etc. Korn become less famous and the band stays with nothing. And there's always something like this. If we have a Korn, why have another but worse? It's pointless. Of course, you must feel comfortable with your band because it's not easy, to be always a poser on the stage. Money in long term will not compensate shame. If you are doing shitty music and you have, you blame yourself for playing this, but you have money, so you must do it. Sooner or later, it will make you barf. Rock music, of course, hates posers. And of course, there is no one absolute truth. Because perhaps anything that I'm speaking of, it's total shit. You must find your way. So it is very good to be open-minded, to look widely, and to take into custody whatever you're think of. Okay. Financial investments. Mihai, am I speaking too slow
okay.
or it's okay? All right. Financial investments. You must be ready that equipment that is suitable for the band costs a lot of money. Of course, on the amateur level, you can play any guitar you wish. It sounds great for you, it's okay. But later, if you want to hit the pro level, you must invest in the pro equipment. It's not good to not spend money on a good equipment because, it's your horse and weapon. It's something that you are fight with, and it depends. It's all about music, so you must sound good. It's just as we said previously, the band must sound great because audience is expecting this. So spend money on your equipment if it makes you moving forward and sound better. It's a terribly expensive hobby because for this presentation, I quickly recalculated the cost of our backline, not frontline, but only backline, like drums, guitars, monitor system, microphones, and it appears that we are riding with 20,000 euro in the back of our van, and we are not actually the most expensive band in the universe, because there are bands that have backline that cost 10 times more. Of course, everything like the whole equipment, like keyboards, like cables, it costs a lot of money, so it's a terrible expensive hobby. Of course, do not be scared, because money don't play. You can sound great if you have a vision, And of course, you know, if you buy the cheapest things, you won't sound great. But you may sound really cool if you have a vision of this, what you want to throw into audience. Of course, you can build your gear constantly. You can upgrade it anytime you wish. Well, and that is a good advice. The last one, be independent. Because usually the band comes to the club. The clubs have usually some drums, some amplifiers. But as soon as you are independent, you are not dependable of something that you come on. Because the acoustics that are provided by clubs, they don't know your music. They don't know how do you want to sound. So as soon as you are independent, it may profit with the great sound of your band, and you do not have to worry about something missing at the club. Because it's always, you come to the club and it appears they don't have a microphone, for example. Audio and video production. I guess I will run through this quickly because later we will have a lot more about it. But it's a very good advice. If you want to hit big, you have to record in a good studio. Sooner or later, it's unavoidable. Because people don't give a shit that then you don't have money for good recordings. As if the band sounds poor, everyone thinks the band cannot play. If the band makes a bad video, they look not too good. Nobody cares that you have spent $100, not $500 or $1,000. It's good to take it into the custody. So sooner or later, the band, if it wants to go professional, it must sound good. Be prepared, polish up your songs, and very important, do not treat lyrics as a sad duty. Because rock bands are usually founded by guitarists, and the guitars are most important. And lyrics usually, we take some guy, he will sing, no matter, write something about death or about love and it's okay. No, because in my opinion, of course, I'm a singer, so so I must say I'm for it. In my opinion, lyrics are at least as much important as music, because the audience, there are not musicians, not always, not everyone. So you must also address your music to people who don't play. They are just listening. So it's your mouth. The mouth of the band is a guy or girl who sings. Video, we live in a culture of picture. The band that doesn't make videos doesn't exist. So I must say, if our song is just on streams, it has, for example, 100,000 views. If it goes with video, it's 10 times more. So make videos, make pictures, and do movies to your social media, because it's very important for the audience to see you, not only to hear you. Concept is most important, really. Come on, guys, it's not about spending a lot of money on video. If you have a good idea, you can make a video from a phone. But make it happen. Let's make, a fable of it, some story. The video also can tell something, not only show the band. And a great example is our video to Rapapara. It's our song that is our biggest hit. It has 160 million views on YouTube. And the video cost us around €1,000. It was made from one camera, but it shows people on Poland rock, and it went really hard. What we said also previously, always look at yourself from a distance. Think, is my music cool? Is this video cool? If I would be in the audience, not here on the stage, should I look should I look on it, and what would I think about it? Is it cool? Do I want to listen to this music? Do not fool yourself that it does not matter. Criticize your own stuff. Make yourself, the greatest critic of your works. Touring. Touring also will be presented lately in much wider thing. I guess we all agree about it, that we should tour and play as much as we can, because concert is the heart, is the stone and the bone of rock and roll music. There is a lot of bands that I know that make great music, but they do not tour because it's always too far. They don't have time because there's a weekend. Without touring, without playing gigs, it's almost impossible to get to people's hearts. Local, super. We can pass it through, I guess, because later we will take it widely. All right. So, if it goes with a band, you must think of few things that are really important and take care of every brick that we were speaking previously. The bricks build the wall. So, you know, there's social media you must take care of. There's the streaming, because everyone today listens music only through streaming, not through CDs. There's, of course, YouTube. There's a database you must have. You know, the phone calls to the clubs, phone calls to the people who can provide you with a gig. You must build society around your band. You must always remember about mailing and about making a good press pack. So if anyone comes to you and asks you, hey, what is your band? Show me your band, come on. You must have ready a link to your pictures, to your bio, so you can send it immediately. And of course, as we said earlier, there is no one golden method, so you must work multi-directional, brick by brick. If you take every brick into working, it may appear that the whole thing together will put you higher. Setting the foundation, identity. That is cool. Perhaps I am not the greatest example of it because our band is anti-imageable. But if you think about image and clothes, very often bands don't think about it and go to the stage just like they walk dressed every day. And everyone thinks that is good because I'm honest. I am not dressing up to the stage. And I must agree with that. It's really fantastic. But if you want to have a real professional band, you must take it also into attention because the band must look great. Sorry, that is true. We may not like this true, but it's true still. So look sharp, adequate to your music, compact with other members. It's a big mistake to think that looks doesn't matter. It does matter. No one, will tell you that is the true, but it is. Lyrics, of course, as we speak previously, it's the mouth of you. Think what you want to sing about. Be yourself. Make some message to the people you are singing to. Sorry, not yet. Music. And it is a hardest task to find a compromise between being both consistent and revealing. Because there is a great competition and there's really many bands. Someone said that everything was yet invited and there is no possibility to think up of something completely new. Originality, just as we said, there is one corn where there should be another, only worse. Oh, I hope answer to the theme. And of course, consistency. So don't be a disco roller who plays black metal and sings about Babylon, because it's mishmash, it's complete bullshit. You must choose your directs, but perhaps if you will mix up the things totally from different worlds, maybe that is the way. Maybe you can break the barrier and think up of something totally new. And quality, of course, no matter what genre you play, it might be disco polo, it might be death metal, it might be reggae. The quality is what matters. You must sound well, prepare set list, improve all the time. It is important. Example, Beyoncé. This is consistent artist with identity, yeah? Everyone agrees with that? Its image is consistent, has a great lyrics, etc. Behemoth also is a consistent artist with identity. So, as we talked at the beginning, commercial doesn't mean shit. You can make a real hard music, be a commercial, be a marketing specialist, PR specialist, dress well. It doesn't matter because we are taking the things to the higher level. So avoid looking at the word commercial as something bad. And of course, do it yourself. Also, we must agree with Dirty Shirt and Helenina Oczy here that it's very important to have as many tails in your hand as it is possible. Because it always seems very hard to do something, and there is always an excuse to do nothing. Oh no, it's too hard, I won't do it because it's impossible to be your own accountant or bookkeeper. It is impossible to record a record in a good studio. It's too expensive. No, that is not true. Of course, it takes step by step. You cannot move to something really big in a moment. But I must say it is the best way to deal with rock music today, because you are independent and you know what is happening with your band all the time. So there are many people who offer services. You can always hire someone to take PR or recordings for you, but they are usually expensive and usually then do this thing as good as you can. Usually they overprice their capabilities, and of course you care the most. The rest doesn't care that much. You are a product for them. You are someone who can pay them money and forget about you 5 minutes after they put you an invoice. So the more knowledge you have, more freely you will run through the whole industry. So improve yourself, be independent, think about doing as much by yourself as you can. Do-it-yourself attitude. So it's a wider, learn from others, self-learn. It's really easy. You can look for information everywhere. Look what others do. Not only you have great ideas, observe the impact of what you're doing, because it's the best solution. Do something and look for the impact, how it does impact the band and everything that people are looking for. Search for knowledge. Today we have internet, we have online courses. It's really easy to learn for free and improve yourself. Audio and video production, think about where you sound. Play at home, search for solutions that suit you. Be competent musician. It's good to know something about sound. Don't be an idiot that doesn't know what is the difference between a tone and harmonics. It's always good to know something like this. Communications and PR, you will always do it the best way, because nobody knows you as good as you know yourself. So it's you. You must present yourself, and you know the best way to do it. And of course, bands management and accounting. So it is the hardest part, because everyone thinks it's impossible to manage your own band because you don't have contacts, etc. And you know, the bookkeeping, it's so hard. You must sit on the tables with the numbers. It's really easy. I'm an accountant of my own band, and also I run a music shop for 15 years. It's really not so hard as it seems. So I guess it's very good to have a do-it-yourself attitude, because you are independent and you know the best what happens in your band. Merchandise, it's always, it also will be later taking into attention. But merchandise is also important. Produce your own merchandise, do it by yourself. Let this represent you, because something that people are wearing, it's your, I don't know, crest on their body. So let it be cool, let it be fun. So, summary of this whole my exception. Define your goals. It makes things clear. Really, really think what you want to achieve with your band. Do not abominate PR and marketing stuff. So do not throw this away because it's commercial. It's not honorable to take PR and management into custody. Find your own way. Stick to this way consistently. It's really good to, you know, if you want to do a metal band, okay, there is metal, so make a metal things. Be honest with yourself and environment. You are working with people, and you are one of them. So do not be a boss, a terrible, cruel boss to anyone. Invest in gear, good audio, video. People want to listen to a band that sounds and looks great. Tour and promote yourself as much as you can. Just give people a chance to hear you. Do not sit at home and wait for miracles to happen, because they won't. And of course, you want some done right, do it yourself as much as you can. And I guess that's it for the basic, as I had to say. Thank you.
So thank you, hippies. After each topic, there is 5 minutes for questions. If you have questions, also the people who are watching us online, if you have questions, you can leave a comment on YouTube or Facebook, and we will try to answer to them. In remarks, just to say that you present the difference between amateur and professional. Helenine Oci and Litka Gubasa are both bands professional. Dirty Shot, we are semi-professional, so it's, let's say you are professional. So what's the difference is that we are trying to be professional in music, but we don't have the same volume of concerts. For example, with Dirty Shot, annually we have like 50, 60 concerts is maximum we can. And meanwhile, Litka and Helenine Oci, they have like 100 concerts. So this is a big difference, of course, in timing on the road. But the advantage of semi-professional is the fact that you have at least some freedom. You are not have the pressure, okay, I have to do tours to live, to have money, I have to make albums, etc. You are a bit, there are less pressure to doing this. But what is more complicated, you need to find a balance, not between two things, family and music, but also your job. So it can be really complicated also to be semi-professional. There is no best solution. Each band needs to find its way. You can do it amateur, but don't expect very much. The chances are very, very low. Or you can try to be semi-professional with constraints, or professional with other constraints. So other questions or remarks in the audience? There is a question, if the slides will be available online. Yes, I forgot to tell you at the beginning. Latest on Monday, all the presentations and the video, it will be on Rock Alliance site. So yes, you can download the presentation. At the end, we'll have also resources with a lot of links and things of information. You can use it later.
We have a question on YouTube from Stefan Paraska. As a young band, if we want to release an album, recording at home and then sending the stems for mixing and mastering elsewhere, do you think it's a good idea?
To remaster it somewhere?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, but it's also a problem that takes that you are recording must be as good as possible, and that is the trouble, because the professional studio won't take to mix and master something that it's not recorded properly. They will drop it because they are writing their names under it, and if they making some music, they also bother to have it as cool as it is possible. But it's a good thing, of course. If someone is professional, you can make home recording and really boost the sound, enhance it in many ways. So, of course, but there's always one thing: the ear is the best and final judge. If it sounds great, no matter how you will achieve it.
I think just a nuance. For example, until 20 years ago, doing this at home, it was impossible. But nowadays, with the software, with the cheaper equipment, you can do at least a part of the recordings at home without a problem. Recording keyboards, for example, you don't need a studio. You're doing everything by MIDI and you have the best quality. Also, recording a guitar, you can do it by DI. If you have a proper sound card, it's okay. But recording drums at home, this is not possible. To have good sound for drums, you have to go in a studio. I think it's the most important part of a rock band to record in a studio are the drums. For the drums, you need a lot of mics, preamps, good acoustics, good recording equipment. So at home, this is not possible. Of course, you can cheat if you're using programming, if you program your drums. This is also a solution at the beginning. You are a small local band, you don't have the money for a studio, you can also do this. But what is important, the final sound, it should be good. And mixing by a professional, it could be a solution.
But I guess the cheat is not a good word, because today, nowadays, it's absolutely no cheating. People are programming drums, it's absolutely industry standard, so I would not like to, accuse anyone of cheating because they're using samples. It's so 80s.
There are other questions online or from the audience
Yes,
here?
it's another question from Vanda. How do you prioritize your finance? You should go for the gear first or for the qualitative audio?
Always the quality of the recordings is most important, because you can borrow a guitar to record it properly. You can borrow a drums from a colleague to record it really cool. So I guess the recordings, you know, how to say it, you always be touring from small clubs to big clubs, but music already is coming to people everywhere. And think about someone that doesn't know your name, doesn't know that that band exists, and he gets a song of you to listen. So he will already see if it's professional or not, because we are listening to the music and considering to Metallica. And if you hear a band playing live, it's always way more cooler in a small club than. Sorry, I mismatched myself. I will rethink it.
Okay, I agree with you. I think in the first stage, I think that it's necessary to have very good sound for your songs in studio. Because it's like your CV. If you want to apply to a festival, to a venue, if you have a bad sound, the chances to play there are zero. So you can have the best gear in the world, you won't use it. And step by step, you can upgrade your backline, your equipment, because I think everyone started with shitty equipment. We started with really bad keyboards, really bad. For our first guitar player, for example, the first pedal was after a Russian scheme made by his father. So we started like this. And in time, you can invest in equipment. But when you are releasing a song or an album, it's already online. It will stay forever. So it's better to put maximum on your sound recording.
And of course, you can play on poor instruments and sound great on the recordings. And you can have great instruments and sound shitty in the recordings.
We have another question from Cătănă Stase. If you are a band at the beginning, all day you rehearse and learn new songs, how do you get out of the rehearsal room to be called to play at a festival or concert?
I think it's
What
just the next
should you do?
topic. It's the next topic from local to national scene. I will just develop this part. Other questions from the... So let's move to the second topic of the first part, from local to national scene. So with hippies, we'll present together. The first question is answering what was the previous question. Are you prepared? It's a good question. And to have this, first, you need at least 30 minutes of solid music. Good sound. 30 minutes is really minimum. And also to be able to play it live. And also to have it available online. So you need to have 30 minutes of music, which is already distributed online, and that you are able to play it well. And as soon as possible, as Hippie said before, be independent for your gear. Because this is very important to have the same sound on stage, to make easier things, to not have problems before a show. And of course, another very important point is to prepare your show. When you want to play live, you need to rehearse first your set list to know it very, very well, because now the live experience is really different than the rehearsal room. Live, you have a big pressure. They are the audience, they are your friends, your family, people you don't know, so this automatically is put a pressure on yourself, and it's more difficult this. And also live, this is the live. Always there are technical problems. A cable is broke, I don't know, an instrument, the battery is off, etc. So you need to be prepared for all this. You need to prepare your set list, thinking about the intro, the outro, the transition, how you will speak with the audience. So you need effectively to think all this before the first show. What do you want to show to the people, etc.
It's not coincidentally called the show. The gig is a show, so people expect show. Make an entry, say hello. There's really many bands that come to the stage drunk and unprepared. It's terrible, so be prepared.
Yes, and another aspect before the first shows, you have to prepare the tools for touring bands. It will be a section on this part, but this means you need an EPK, electronic press kit, to send to the venues, to other bands you want to play with, which includes the biography, pictures, logo, links to audio, links to video. You have to prepare promo materials, poster of your events, etc. You will send to the promoters. Also technical riders, which is really important for your band. You need to prepare your technical rider before the show to send to the venue. Like this, the local technical team can prepare your show. So I think these are the most important questions if you are prepared. And the second point, play as often as possible. There is no I don't know, magic key, magic thing that will make your success. You have to play quite very, very often as possible. I remember that I read online an interview with a QA, with the EERA from Roadrunner Records, and he said that when he booked a band, he gave them 200 concerts. This is the minimum of concerts that the band needs to test if they have a future or not in rock music. And thinking on this afterwards, we really needed more than 200 shows to have a sound. This is the truth. You cannot to be free on stage without experience. So this demands time. You have to play often. And when I say play often, this means taking all opportunities. So when you are a local band, first thing, you have to apply to clubs. You send your EPK and offer to open for more famous bands. You are in Bucharest, you are watching what bands are announced in your city, and you try every time. Open for many different bands, because they have different audience, so you can expose your music to different people. Also, something to know, bigger bands are usually looking for a local act, because they will have more people of the show, but you need to call them and write them, because it's something to know. For a bigger band to take you as an opening act, it implies constraints. It's more difficult technically, logistically, the timing is not the same, so it's also difficult for the main band to take an opening act. And something that we had to put this on the slide, don't expect money in the beginning, because it happened to us, the same very young band who played once in the city center of a free concert, said, why you don't pay us 500 euros or 1,000 euros, because we played in front of 1,000 people, we'll bring people. Guys, it's not working like this. Already to take you, maybe we have to pay a sound engineer to make the sound for you, maybe we have to pay the light engineer to make the lights for you, maybe we have to give you equipment because you don't have it, etc. So you expect money. No, at the beginning, don't expect money for this. It's not possible, honestly. Especially if, for example, in that venue, usually you are doing sold out. So taking a band is commercially, it's no interesting for the band. If you are doing this, is especially for the young bands, to give them a chance. So as an opening act, don't ask money for the money at the beginning.
This happened many times.
Yes, it happens. So yes, it's true. Also, you are a local band. You have your first demo, your first EP. You opened for several bands, but it's time to organize your own small gigs. And this is important. At the beginning, it's very encouraging. Why? Because you have your first in your small town. You invite all your friends from the university or from the school, your family, etc. So it'll be a lot of people. Think, it's working well. But after 2 or 3 shows, you will see that the family cannot come every weekend, the friends cannot come every weekend. So in this time, you have to think about cooperation with other bands.
Can I drop in? It's also the best solution. Not wait for anyone to call you. Organize your own show. It's really easy. You go to the club, ask the owner, we want to bring some people to hear us. We won't be doing any tickets because if it's free entry, and it's a lot of joy for the band that wasn't playing even one show to make something like this. Do not wait, organize your own show.
Yes, and of course, don't be an opening act forever. Yes, this is good for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, but there is a time when you need to go further. So we will go to the next step, collaborate with other bands. I will take the example that I saw in France, where a lot of music collectives were created by city, for example, in Marseille or in Strasbourg, where several bands put effort together and creating a collective. They organize local events and play together quite often. This is a good thing because you can mix up audience. You have your friends and friends, I have my friends and family, so together it will be bigger crowd, so everyone is winning here. Of course, you can use common advertising, you can help each other promoting yourself, and there is another point I think which is important, is the fact that you can provide technical and organizational support to each other. Imagine we are 4 bands. We are friends, okay, let's do a collective. I will need the guy to stay at the entry. Okay, I will help you, and you will help me instead. Okay, I will pay you 20 euros and something like this. And it can work. And what's happening if, for example, I will do the sound for you, even you are not professional, but in time, this can become your job. I saw, for example, people in France who started as musicians, they were in a collective, they helped each other with the sound, with the lights, and they progressed, and now they are very known sound engineers in France. So I really advise you to to try to join or to create a music collective in your city, or in your town. It's a really, really good strategy, at least at local level, to have a good base.
And I must say, be nice to other bands, because, you know, the competition in rock and roll is great, and usually bands hate each other or even laughs at each other, and it's a really bad solution. Do not be, you know, the douchebag that thinks my band is the best and these are the scums. No, we are a family, and it is not an empty word. Treat yourself with respect, and you'll be treated back also with respect.
And you can see this kind of collective even at a greater level. For example, Korn, you was an example with Family Value Tours. They created a collective with Limp Bizkit and I don't remember other bands from. Yes, and they were like a collective doing tours together, etc. So once locally, let's say you're good, now you have a strong local presence. If you want to go to national level, one excellent strategy is to do national exchanges. Okay, I'm a brand from Cluj-Napoca, you are friends from Bucharest, let's play together. A weekend in my region, 1 weekend in your region. It's really a win-win solution, because when you play in the other city, you will have the crowd from the other band, and vice versa. And also financially, I think it's more interesting that going in a new city and playing in front of 10 people doesn't help you very well. So it's better, or it's a good idea to try to make exchange. Find similar bands in the country and propose this kind of exchange. It works in national level, and we will see later also international level.
A good example is like Witka and Dirty Shirt. We are exchanging countries, so we came to Romania for free, only for transportation cost, etc. And they came to Poland. And now Dirty Shirt is touring regularly in Poland every year for 2 or 3 shows. More. And they are usually paid on the festivals because they are recognizable in Poland. So now they have their own audience here, and that's the way.
Yes.
This is the way.
This is the way. Also, you should be open to musical collaboration and joint recordings. This is a nice thing, and also it's a win-win. You have friends from another band, you can guest them, invite them to be on your recording. So this kind of things. Let's go to the other strategy to go national. Okay, you do is exchange. Another thing it's normal to do is to apply to festival and contest. For the festival, it's a big, big competition. So it's quite difficult. You need a certain level to be taken by the festivals. But there is also the solution of the contest. And the contest, there's once again big competition. But at least if you win, you can arrive to pay the festival. Why applying to the festival? Of course, you will have exposure and networking. It's a very important performance experience, because playing in a small gig, in a small venue, is not the same to be in a big stage with timing constraints, with logistical constraints, with technical difficulties. So playing in a big festival in the front of big audience, it's really, really important experience. Then for the contest, of course, sometimes there are nice prizes and opportunities, so it could be interesting. You have recognition. For the festival, you will find new audience. Of course, the press is more present, so you will have media coverage. And there are many successful stories of bands that started and wins contests. For example, Gojira, when they started in France, they participated for several tremplins, how do you say in French, contests. They won. Also, Ghost, for example, they won some local Grammy contest when it were underground, and after this they became huge. Slipknot also started to be the local contest in Iowa. I think they are from Iowa. And yes, so, but there are some cons on this. Of course, they are high to competition. It demands a lot of time and effort. You have to write like 100 emails to festivals, and probably you won't have an answer. So you keep continuing. If not, the chances are really, really low. Sometimes for some contests, there are entry fees. So you have to pay it if you want to enter the contest. I don't find this nice, but it happens. And there are also the judging subjectivity. So you participate to a contest, but there are always some judges. Maybe they will be okay with the music and not. And there are also sometimes online contests. And there is another problem, because the competition between bands sometimes become really bad. It happens for us for Dirty Fest last year. We had an online contest with the bands, and finally the band started to spam all their families, friends, etc. to vote. We had like more than 12,000 votes in 1 week, something like this, and the band started to to say that the other is cheating, etc. We were watching online, and every 1 minute, 100 more votes for each one. It was crazy. So there are negative aspects also for the contest that you need to know. And to finish with the contest in Romania, just as example, there is Posada Rock for the bands who want to contest. It's a really nice contest, Constellații Rock. There is also Vacan Battle Romania, which is the first stage is in, of course, a national contest. And East European Rock Alliance that I will present later. It should be a nice contest, I hope. And for our experience with the contest, it's about Vacan Metal Battle. As you probably know, in 2014, we win the national final, and we went to Vacan Festival. And something to know is not you try the first time and it worked. No, you have to be perseverant, trying again. So we tried 3 times. The first time we were in the final, we finished second. Bad luck. Second time, we didn't make it to the final because in the semi-final we had a lot of technical...
second time we were last.
Yes.
The last band in the contest, yes.
It was really bad. And the third time, it was the good one. So if the first time it doesn't work, don't let it like this. I remember that before the third time when it was me and Robbie who insisted in the band, the others said, okay, no chance for us, we are not really metal, this is not for us. And me and Robbie, but guys, imagine, maybe we can play at Vacan. And after a lot of discussion, we accepted and finally it worked. And now we can pass for festivals and contests for Poland perspective.
I don't know if you said about pay-to-play shows.
It's later.
It's later, okay.
Okay, so in Poland, festival and constants, I guess it's like in every other country. So, you must be ready, but because every band will be doing the gigs for the 5 people or less. Even when you are coming to the stage, expect great things, and there are 2 guys, 1 drunk and 1 blind. It happens. And there are, of course, examples of very famous bands that went unnoticed for years, like Monster Magnet, Disturbed. I read somewhere that Disturbed was working through years, like walking to the random people on the street and giving their demo. And it worked after a year of giving the demo to anybody that was met on the streets. And not to look too far, we are also the example of it because Witka is playing for almost 25 years, and 18 of it was totally underground. We were doing everything wrong, and later it appeared that somewhere we went something right, and it moved us forward. It's always a road to something bigger, and if you are applying for the contest, you must remember that playing is the most important, but it should lead you to finally have something more. And of course, do not be a contest band for 40 years, because I know the bands in Poland that are applying to the contest, the guys already have, 50 years, and they are still running with the guys that are 18 or 19 years old. So I guess it's kind of funny if you are playing for 40 years and achieve nothing. So strike while the iron is hot. Because if you win something, if you will show yourself somewhere in an attractive way, do something with it. Do not get back home, sit on your ass, and expect a miracle to happen. Advantages, I guess we are playing about it. You already said about it. Oh, that might be interesting for anyone in Poland and also other countries. Yep.
No, it's okay.
No, they're giving me signs there. All right. The biggest contest in Poland, of course, there's the Poland Rock Festival. That is a greatest festival in Europe, I guess. There's a record was, I don't know, about like 2 million people? 500,000 under the stage and 1 to 2 million around in costume yet. Yeah. But it's a really, really great stage. And with the festival goes the contests. I guess every year a few hundred bands appear, and most of them are from Poland, but there's a very solid rock and roll representation from other countries. 800 bands last time applied to the contest, so the competition is great. Juvenalia UK, it's a student party from Krakow. It's a really great also contest. And Cieszanów is also a great contest that Rolf applying for, because they are really looking into the music, not to connections. There's also Żubrowisko, Fama Rock. and radio contests, but they are smaller and it's not as attractive. But Poland Rock is for every band from Europe. Really send there your demo and see what may happen. Our way was complicated because we are sending a record, then we play preliminaries, then we are playing finals. We had a reward like a small stage in 2018 and we are very disappointed because we are so sure that our band is so great, we deserve the big stage. We got the small stage and it was really nice because we had a year to prepare for a big stage. On Poland Rock there's a Golden Spinner Award. It is given by the audience in voting. So if a band plays really nice gig, the people vote for this band and they receive the Golden Spinner and play the big stage next year. Just like we and just like Dirty Shirt, because they won a competition in Poland, receive the Golden Spinner and play next year. So it's a great opportunity that shows that band from the other country may win this award and play next year. And the big scene in 2011, it was great, absolutely. So it took a lot of work and a lot of sweat to get there in these years. And for every musician, it's worth to remember that, like Witka, we were applying several times, just like Mihai previously said. You apply, you are thrown down, and you apply once again. It's a constant work you must do to apply to any contest. Finally, perhaps someone will take you and let you play. For example, we played with Witka also previously in 2011, and we did nothing with it. We played a great gig. People were so happy about it. They wrote us, it was great, it was absolutely amazing, but we did nothing with it. We weren't able to go to tour, play the concert in Poland, so half year later, it was a total quiet about us, and now I see that was a big mistake. You must always realize what it takes to get the job done properly. So it's always many hard lessons that expect you, and do not be so obsolete to think that your band is already the best, because hard lessons are on its way, and you will many times look at you like on a piece of shit, because they will... move on, please. I forgot what I wanted to say. What to remember if you're applying to a contest or festival in Poland? I guess it's always about any contest in Europe. Be interesting, because the guys that are judging the records, they have, for example, 200 records to get look at. So they have a few seconds to judge you if you are interesting or not. So make the best or most interesting song first on the record. Because, usually, I drive a car, I get a record, and I must say, is the band worth applying for the contest or not? Okay, let's roll, boring, next one, boring, next one. Oh, this one's interesting. So really, the judges have few seconds to judge the band, so put the most interesting things first. Send a decent recording, because poor audio has no chances with the good recordings. Have a decent picture attached, because everyone wants to look what this band looks like. Do not mock too much, and do not write, hey, we know we suck, but we drink a lot, so we are the funny band, yeah, this is rock and roll. No, be serious. If you want to hit serious, be serious, because it's not the way to be someone who only puts a joke on it. And take care of social media, because if someone takes you into judgment, they will always check your social media. If the band is active, what they are writing of themselves, if they are playing gigs or not, do they have a website, do they have a Facebook profile. Band that doesn't have a social media working, it's always out of competition.
Okay. So we'll continue still with from local to national scene. There are 2 points that I want to develop a little bit. It's about releasing singles, EPs, and albums. So as we said from the beginning, you need to put effort to have the best audio quality possible. And of course, nowadays you have to try to support your music with video content. Even if it's just a visualizer or something with the AI, these days a song with the video has much higher impact than without a video. I give as an example Helenine Ochi. For their last album, all songs have a video. So for all songs, they have have millions of views because of this very good strategy. And of course, doing a record without online promotion and distribution, it means nothing. And once you have a release, it will be a song, a video clip, or a song, or an album. Always try to accompany the release with the live events. You know, making an album and without a tour behind, the chances of success are really low. So, for example, you make it your first EP as a young band, create a special event to mark the release. You can do it in your town. Okay, release party for our first album. Especially in that case, use your personal network. Ask your friends, family, come to this event. It's important for me. It's our first album. It's our first video. Come to this event. You can prepare special merchandising for that because it's a special event. So have T-shirts or I don't know badges or something with the design of the album. And why not considering a live recording to capture the moment? When you have big events, live recording is a good thing to make it. Why? Because when you apply to festivals and to contests and venues, they will more often watch for the live videos than the studio videos because as a promoter, you want to see how the band looks and sounds on the stage. So you can have the best studio recording. If you have poor live recording, the chances are really low to get. And now, how you can manage the tour to go from local to national scene. So I think it's really important to create an event around each concert tour. So just having a concert in the city X, it may work for big bands, but especially for developing bands, it's good to create something, an event around it. For example, as I said before, it could be a new content, like a new album, song, or video. But for older bands, also you have some anniversaries, like of the band or for an album. For example, the band makes 1 year. Okay, let's do a special event. The band has 1 year. The band has 5 years. Okay, let's do a special event. But don't go like we have 1 year, 2 years, every year have a special anniversary event because it's not the best, I think. Also, this I think it's when you are on tour, it's important to stay in contact with your audience, with the fans. So maybe you can organize meet and greets, but there is also non-formal, informal solution is to be there with the fans before and after the show. And this is something, for example, as with Dirty Shirt, we are doing all the time. We love to be with our fans that became real friends in time. We know each other now for years. So try to be in contact with your audience. Think also about collaborations with other artists. You have special guests. Okay, I release a new album. I will have special guest, Mr. X from this band. He will sing a song with us. And now we'll have some examples.
Just wanted to say that the most important thing about making an event is to make it as much unique as it is possible.
Yes.
To make it unique.
So I will give some examples from Dirty Shirt that each tour had some event around it. Example, the last album it was released in 2022, so of course we had a big tour to release this album. This year our band has her 30th anniversary, so it's a good idea to make an anniversary tour. We will prepare a special show. When you do, a special event around a tour or a concert, also you need to provide original content for that. For example, for this anniversary tour, it's an occasion to include songs that we play rarely or new song. So it's not enough just to say, okay, it's an anniversary tour. Yes, but if it's an anniversary tour, you need to give something that matches with this idea. Also, we tried once, and it was a very good experience. We made an album anniversary for Freak Show, made 10 years in 2023. So we said, let's make 3 concerts special Freak Show in Cluj, Bucharest, and Brașov. And it was much higher success than we expected because we already played in this city several times that year. And it was quite a nice surprise to see some old fans that we didn't see for a while coming to that shows. I want to see the songs from Freak Show because it was my favorite album 10 years ago. Okay, and also younger fans that wanted to discover these songs. So yes, it's a good idea to make album anniversaries. But sometimes it could be even something different. For example, in 2023, we made a crowdfunding to fund our new van. We had big problems with our vans in the past, and the crowdfunding worked really well. And we said, okay, we can thank our fans for this by organizing a special tour for this crowdfunding. We called it Road Rage Tour, because we had the new van. And we had a lot of meet and greets, free with the fans, free entry for the people who participated to the crowdfunding. Also, we started there the Forever Friends campaign to thank the community. We helped a lot of associations and NGOs in our concerts. Christy will talk about it later. Something also that it could work is create your own festival. A lot of people say, okay, creating your own festival, you need to be big band to do this, but it's not really true. For example, for Dirty Shirt, we first tried Dirty Fest, it was in 2010 and 2013. We made it in Sein, in our hometown. We didn't have a stage. We used as a stage a truck. And we put the band in the truck. We had as guests local bands, and it was a really nice event for a weekend. We had like more than 200, 300 people, and it was really nice. So you don't need to be a big band to do your own festival. Of course, last year, for example, 10 years later, we tried again to make the Dirty Fest, and it was a different perspective. This time, we made kind of itinerary festival with a festival in Cluj-Napoca, another in Timișoara, and the last one in Bucharest. Another example as own festival, we have here the guys from Helenine Oci. They started 2 years ago Hellfest, their own festival. This is other level because they have like 7 or 8 stages on the festival. It's a one-day open-air festival in Prešov. And they have like 6,000, 7,000 people at their festival. So this is also how we met them, and now we are good friends. We have also Litka Griu Gubasa with their own festival.
Yeah, of course. It's a great example of collaborating with other bands because we have some friends. Every band from this festival could organize a crowd for around 200 people. When we played together, it was 1,500. So the cumulation works. We have a festival in Poland that is called OFF Festival, and it's, the alternative, cool music like indie rock, etc. So we made a punk rock festival that is called Fuck Off Festival. It's, the playing of the words, and it worked properly because people always think festival. Oh my God, so many thousand people, so many troubles with toys, with gastronomy, with protection, etc. No, festival might be in a club like this for 500 people, and it also might be a festival. So it's good to organize with other bands and make your own festival because you never know how far the brand may go into the future.
As example, Hellfest, it started with Fury Fest, a festival with 300 people.
And it's also good to reconsider that you may hire a booking agency to help you because the Fuck Off Festival was made with Galicia Production. And it is an independent booker that makes punk rock music, so we just organize with them. The bands are playing, and the Galicia is making ticket sale, promotion, and it's a loose formation that profits everyone.
Okay, and about managing the tours, this could be a topic for a workshop itself. We can talk about it for hours, so just some points, something to know before you want to go on to a national tour. So before the tour, first thing I think is really important to prepare your budget and route plan. Okay, you're going on tour. If you didn't have a budget to know exactly the cost and who will pay all this, you risk to find yourself somewhere without money for gas. So first thing first, you have to take care of your route plan and prepare your budget. About the route plan, especially in the national tours, there are 2 strategies. It's better to do long tours, like 10 days, every day a concert, or only weekends. I think if the distance is not big, it's better to do weekend tours because also for your personal life it's easier and it's more chances to have a bigger audience. But when you have bigger tours, especially international tours, maybe having every day a concert is a better solution. Then, once you prepare, when you want to make your route plan, you need to find opportunities. You look for festivals, for promoters to organize yourself, directly the venues with do-it-yourself shows. Of course, in a tour you can combining, for example, having some shows with another band that you made exchange, other shows you organize by yourself, you have a festival, you can try another event around it, so there are many solutions. Once, also, you need to prepare the contracts before. Because if we are doing we play for a festival, you will need a contract for your fees, etc. If you are playing in a venue, you will need contract to hire the venue, etc. If you are doing yourself the ticketing, you also need a contract with the ticketing company, and also you need to prepare your promotion materials before. As usually, the press keys, posters, logos, pictures, and videos to send to the venue or the promoter to help you to promote the event. Then someone needs to set up the ticketing. It's you, if it's do it yourself, or the promoter, but it's something that needs to be done. And then you can announce finally the tour and the concert on your website, on social media. You can make press releases, send to all the press, create Facebook events, etc. Once you announce the event, the next step is promote it, especially online. Until 10 years ago, the promotion was rather with flyers and posters. Nowadays, we are more ecological, so are doing almost 100% online. So think about organic content. If you have a concert, you need to try to make some invitation video, funny things, but you need content to try to organically increase the impact online of the promotion. But also you need to consider paid ads. This is the truth. If you don't invest in the promotion of the event, the chances to have someone to come on this concert are really low. Even if you are big enough, if nobody knows that, I don't know if nobody knows that Litka Grubasa will play in Warsaw, nobody will come, of course. Then meanwhile, you need to prepare the schedule of the event. Maybe it's the festival who's doing, but someone here needs to prepare very carefully the schedule. This means which band, when it plays, when is the doors open, the time of changeover, when is the curfew, and everything has to go backwards. First, you watch when is the curfew. I have to finish at 11 because there is a party. This means that I have to put everything before. Once, when you have the doors open and the curfew, you can prepare the sound check part. When is the change? When is the load-in, the setup preparation, and the change and the sound check for each band? Okay, you have to prepare the logistics for the events. This means if you need to take the planes, if you have to take the route plan, to prepare the route plan for the car, etc. Someone needs to prepare the catering. It's a promoter, he will do it. If not, you have to think yourself, because you cannot leave your friends from your band without eating something all the day, or you have at least water on the stage. You need also accommodation, so you need to think all things before. Also, it's important aspect is the security at the events. If it's the promoter, is the promoter who is doing this, if he's organizing, or yourself. And of course, the technical preparation. You need to send riders to the venue, ask from the venue for the riders to be sure that everything is okay before the show. It happens us quite often in Romania. There's something like this. Okay, I send the rider to the venue. I ask the venue, give us the rider to know what you have there. We will sit there, etc. This is not a good attitude. Believe me, especially when we had something like 9 shows in 9 consecutive days in Romania. It's impossible to know, okay, in the first show, they don't have this, but I have to call him, etc. So it's the best strategy is to have everything very well planned before. The logistics, and the technical part. And after the tour, because it's not finished, after the tour, you have to finalize the budget to see exactly how it worked. Complete payments, you have to pay probably sound engineer, lights engineer, booker, etc. It depends who has to be paid. You have to do the paperwork, make invoice for the festival if played for a fee, etc. I think a really important part is also the post-tour communication. It happens quite often that bands, they played, and they go, and that's it. I think it's important to your fans to share online photos, pictures, and videos to show, okay, it was nice, we felt together also, okay? And also to thank your partners, the venues, promoters, etc. It's nice, I think, as a promoter, to find an email from the band, thank you that you welcome us, I felt really well, etc. Because for the next time, this will be a good point for them. It's the band, they were nice, etc. So don't forget this. And sometimes, if the band is registered for copyrights, you need to manage also the copyrights. To send the playlist with the composer, etc., to be sent to the copyrights organization. And the last point, from local to national scene, I will let hippies to talk about the impact of a hit, because they have a hit.
Yeah. Oh, let's say it's a hit. Huh? Okay, so now it shows in a great way how sometimes something that will appear constantly can make you moving a lot forward in one moment. Because, you know, we have a song, Rapapara. The song was written in 2007 or 8, something like this. And for a long, long time, it was lying somewhere there. We were, you know, we knew that it's a good song and it might be a hit because it's classical 4-chord, etc. For today, it has 153 million views on the YouTube, and nobody knows how it is possible. Even our video provider that takes care of our YouTube, they also do not know, and they don't want to touch it because it's not actually, fitting the algorithm of the YouTube, and it should be corrected. But they do not want to move it because it's all the time doing by itself. Before the hit, we played gigs like 200 kilometers from home. Max audience was 150, 200. We had no stream incomes because we weren't even thinking about putting ourselves to something like Spotify and have any profit from it. It's for what? Come on, we won't do it because it has no sense. We had no online ticket sale. We were totally underground, and band was only a hobby. After it shoot, we played on the big stage of Poland Rock. Now we have whole country tours. Max audience of our separate concert was around 1,500 people. We are speaking about selling tickets because as it goes for open air, it's a completely different thing. We have deal with ticket sales systems. We have stream, YouTube, merchandise deals. We have provider that takes care of monetization of YouTube. We have a national recognition, and band became a job for us. So from the amateur to the pro, and I must say it's mostly thanks to this one song because it broke the bubble. It is very important to be not afraid of making a hit, because very often bands think, oh no, I will not go commercial, I will not sing a nice refrain, I will not sing the lyrics that are, easy to share with other people because it's not the true rock and roll. Do not be afraid of making a hit rock music. It is all about. Metallica has Nothing Else Matters. It's a hit. Slipknot even has hits. So do not be afraid of it because it make greatly moving forward, as you see the picture. So this is the Litka Grubasa before, and this is the Litka Grubasa after. Of course, it's a comedian because one day we were dressing in some funny things, and we thought it was a great solution. After we make some things right and read good songs and make a video, after 10 years of the premiere of Rapapara, we made a video. We are totally fools that we wait for such a long period, but it came from our laziness and not understanding many things. After we made a video, it's moved things forward so quickly that we are in totally different point than previously. And of course, there are some cons of having a hit, because Rapapara is the number that absolutely labeled us, because many people know Litka Grubasa only from that hit. Usually, these are the people that do not go into rock music daily. Of course, it always haters appear when you are recognizable. If you are famous, if you are somewhere upper than the underground, you may expect that someone will tell you that you are shit, that you sold yourself. Of course, we are not absolutely taking it into our minds, because if we would do so, it's only way, I don't know, to shoot or hang myself. But be ready for it. Always there's a funny thing that once you are funny, if you become famous, they will tell you that this is cringe, so this is shit. And I don't know where it came from. Perhaps people just hate something that is a little bit higher. it takes people attention from your other creations, because many people know only this one song from us, and don't take deeper, because we have many songs that, in our opinion, are much more interesting and much more artistically advanced. But people know, Litka Grubasa, it's only Rapapara. It's always tempting to do something like next hit, because if one song hits great, you might think of, I will do another poor song and it will always be a hit. No, it's not the easiest solution, but the tempting is. In our case, it is also the simplest song we ever made, because I must say we are playing a true rock and roll and metal music, and Rapapara was a joke, 100% joke. It was made in, I don't know, 15 minutes on our rehearsal room. And later, always, I must admit, I was sitting for some time to write a good lyrics, but it's always a joke. And everyone thinks that Litka Grubasa is playing a music like this, thought we are much more harder band and playing louder. Yet, I must say, besides the cons, we are always playing it with absolute joy, and it's always a gig smasher that we play at the end, and it always gets the people to run around like crazy. So I guess I'm proud of this song, and fuck the haters.
Thank you. So we have now the questions from the audience. Just one remark. You said that the bands are afraid to making a hit. I think it's not afraid. It's just to have the idea, the luck to make a hit. Because, as you said, the song was for a while in your baggage, and I don't think that there is a solution to make a hit. It's a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of luck, and a lot of stars.
Yeah, of course, but I remember myself as I was, I don't know, 10 or 15 years younger, and I thought, that's you make your hands dirty if you are making a music that goes wider. So, I'm a total underground metal player, and I don't want to be recognizable on the national level, because it sucks that there are only traitors.
Do you have questions in the audience or from online? Okay. We'll continue with the last point for the strategy part. It's about international touring strategies that I will present. So I will expand 4 points. Once again, there are international festivals and contests. There are other solutions to go international, being opener for international bands, and I will take in discussion also the pay-to-play thing. There are the international exchanges that can work really, really well. And finally, how to manage international independent tours. So for the international festival and contest, the pros are obvious. You have international exposure, you have a lot of new opportunities, because after playing a big festival, there are chances to, there are other festivals that book from other festivals that will see you and will book for their festival. You will have chances to play in other venues, you can have a connection with professional from the industry. Of course, playing at the international festival, you increase your CV, and it helps in the future. For us, for example, after winning second place at Wacken Metal Battle, it was a little bit easier to try to book other festivals and venues international level. Also, it's an amazing personal experience. If you arrive there, it's incredible. You are playing in a big festival, so it's what you have dreamed for years. So yes, you have to try it. This is really nice. Also, participating at international festival and contest increases visibility and opportunities in the home country. For us, it was the truth. Winning second place at Wacken Metal Battle in Germany had a very big impact back in Romania, because the fans, okay, we have a band, etc. So it worked. It helps. And of course, you can potentially win monetary and equipment prizes at the contest. But there are also disadvantages. You need to, it requires to research for festival. You have to prepare application materials and write emails and forums. And once again, I can assure you, I wrote, I think, thousands of emails to have one answer to say, sorry, it's not possible. But you insist, and sometimes it happens. I have to tell you, for the major festival like Hellfest, the French one, the Slovakian one, or Wacken, or Reload, or something like this, as an independent, never worked. This is the truth, at least for us. But for some smaller or medium festival, it happened to have after writing, it was, for example, the festival from Bremen. They say, I will like your band. Okay, let's do it. It happens, but it's really rarely. Why? Because it's really high competition. And there is an industry gatekeeping, which make difficult for us artists to get selected. So quite usually the festivals bookers, they are working with booking agencies because they are receiving tons of emails. It's not about being bad against the unsigned bands, but imagine if you receive, as they told for Poland, the road contest, 800 emails. It's quite difficult to be taken from this list of bands. So as I told you, it demands a long-term motivation and persistence, and you need to consider also a smaller festival. But having a booking agency increase significantly the chances. This was our case. For example, to play at Hellfest in France, without agency, we couldn't do it. To play at Poland Rock first time, we passed through a German agency, booking agency. To play at Reload Festival, it was the same. To play at Wacken, it was the same. So for international festival and contests, some examples. I invite all rock and metal bands from the world to try to apply for Wacken Metal Battles. There is nothing to lose. In the worst case scenario, you will play in the national final, which is already a great experience. You can try year after year. You don't know when it happens, but when it happens, it's really wonderful. We have Poland Rock Festival, already mentioned. Summerside Festival in Switzerland, I know that they are doing a contest for young bands. There is also Eurovision. Why not? I know that for the rock family, playing Eurovision, etc., it's really bad. But if you watch a little bit, there are really great bands, rock and metal bands, that became famous after Eurovision, from Lordi, from the Italian band Maneskin, who now it's a international mainstream. They're playing all around the world, etc. So yes, Eurovision last year became much more interesting for rock bands. You will see more and more from the rock bands that arrive in the top 10. And once if you arrive in top 10 international final of Eurovision, this is a really, really big step for a band. And East European Rock Alliance, of course. So this is the first solution, but the chances are really, really low. So it's really tough to have this. Other solution is to open for international bands, eventually pay to play. So how it works? Already for having this opportunity is difficult, because having access to the booker of the touring international bands is not easy. I don't think that if I say, okay, I see that Korn having a tour in Europe, I want to play to open for them. You cannot. You won't be C5. So you need contacts. You need to be in the network to already have this opportunity. And what's happening quite often, someone has to pay for your costs. If you are doing, for example, a European tour with a band, you are 5 members. Let's say you are 5 members. You need a place in the nightliner. Who will pay for this one? You will need a sound engineer. Who will pay for him? A light engineer, etc. So there are many costs that need to be covered. And don't expect like a booking agency that you don't know will pay for you. It can happen that a label can pay for the opening band if the opening bands and the headliner are in the same label. So they are investing in their own band. If not, the only solution is to pay to play. So this means that you will cover your cost. And I think this is quite okay. You say, yeah, I want to open for this band. I don't have fans in this country. It's the first time I will play in Germany, France, etc. It is normal that I cover my cost. But it happens quite often that they are asking much more than this. Why? Because they're considering that you pay for exposure, etc. And what's happening for underground bands, usually the tours are not profitable without opening acts. So they need to ask the opening acts to pay to cover the cost of the entire tour. They are pros. These pros are the same as the festival. Being on a tour with a big band, it's a big exposure. You have media, you have audience everywhere. And but there are some advantages that are different than the festival. Is the fact that you can build artistic and human connection with international bands and international professionals. Being in the same, nightliner with a band for 2 weeks, for 1 month, it's inevitable you will create personal connection with professional and with musician. And also merchandising sales. For the big festivals, first when we played the big festivals, okay, we played Wacken, they will have thousands of people, we will have huge selling of merch. proportionally are much lower compared to the venue festival. Why? Because the people is going there and they will buy the festival t-shirt. They will want a festival with Wacken, not with their t-shirt. You know what I mean? But when you are playing as an opening act, if you have 10 shows, for example, the chances to sell merch are much higher accumulated in a venue like this, in a venue tour. And this is a good thing because with your merch selling, you can cover your cost or almost all costs. So we had tours when we paid ourselves, for example, the logistic. We didn't get any money to pay in this tour. But with the merchandising, we cover more than 50% of the cost, maybe even more.
Yeah, we opened for Skinred, if you know Skinred. We had 2 shows in Germany, and the guys from Skinred led their merch at Wacken. They didn't have any merchandise, so we sold a lot. we sold everything. It was great.
So what are the disadvantages for pay-to-play? You need a networking, because without networking, no chance to apply. And secondly, they are really high costs. So, for example, we saw bands that they worked for like 2 years to put money to have a tour, and they did it. As I said, there are a lot of pros, but you have to take into account the fact that it could be cost really, really expensive. And the third solution, from my opinion, is the best one. It's make international exchanges. It's exactly what we said for the national level, but this time it's internationally. We did it a lot with many bands. The principle how it works is really simple. Come to play with me in Romania, and I go to play with you in Poland or in Slovakia. And financially, how it works, it's simple. In the beginning, let's say, okay, you come to me, I will pay you a fee of 2,000 euros, it doesn't matter, and I go to play it, you will pay the same thing. It's stupid, because you only have a lot of transaction with costs and papers, etc. So how we are doing, usually, if we are welcome a band in Romania, they will provide the cost to come here in Romania, and here we will cover for them the cost for the venue, accommodation, catering, food, etc. And we go back to them, it's the same thing. And I can tell you that it's a very good strategy because you have the similar impacts as for the festival or supporting acts for headliners. Only thing is focused on a specific country. But sometimes it's even better because even bands like, I don't know, for example, Offenland, we play with them in December with the European tour. They won't have the same audience in all countries. But playing, for example, with Litka Grubasa in Poland, we are pretty sure that each time you'll be at least 500, maybe 1,000 people. So it's really, really interesting. Why it's also interesting is lower cost. You don't have to pay to play. And I think maybe the most important advantage is the long-term collaboration because you become friends with these bands. So in time, you work together, and all these projects started with exchanges between these 3 bands. And after some years, now became something really more seriously. What is difficult in this strategy is finding similar bands from abroad. Finding, for example, okay, you are a band, let's say I can bring in average 200 people in my country. Let's find a band who have a similar level in other country. How you do that? It's quite complicated. It's a lot by chance, by opportunities. With Litka Grubasa, for example, for us, it started with Poland Rock, the organizer of Poland Rock here. They asked us, could you play a song from a Polish band? At Poland Rock, it would be a nice surprise for the audience. We say, let's try, let's see. And they send us a list of songs. And when we put play on Rapapara, I said, okay, this one is dancey, we can put some cymbalum on it, let's make it more gypsy, more Romanian, and let's do it. But when we tried to make lyrics in Romanian, it didn't work at all. So we asked Piotr and Bartek, it's possible to invite the guys from Litka Grubasa to play together the song? They invited, they was okay, and we played the song without rehearsals ever. We met on the stage, and the connection it was directly. So this was 3 years ago, and now I think we play together at least 20 shows in Romania and Poland. So to imagine a bit how it works. And with Helenine Oci, it was also luck. They book, I think, Fanfar Ciocărlia for their festival, and I don't know why, but they canceled in the last moment. So with our booker in Slovakia, they took, there is a band, etc. And they invited us to play at Hellfest, Slovakian version. And after that, it's now 2 years, and we are still playing together. Okay. Not finished. Oh. I will just want, so examples, Dirty Shot and Litka Grubasa, exchange tour, we made it. Example, Dirty Shot and Helenine Oci with cross concerts in Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Romania. We also did that with, for example, with French bands like Babylon Pression as a Grand Zeft. We also did exchanges with Hungarian bands like Superbat, Insane, and Adriada. We made exchanges with Subterranean Masquerade from Israel, but only the first part of the exchange because the second part never happened. First it was COVID, then it was the war. So it will not be for the next year. And now about the last point, international independent tours. I think the first, if you want to make a tour internationally, first you have to prepare the events agenda. And when you want to go internationally, the costs are much higher than play at home. At home, you can have a weekend from Cluj to Bucharest, etc. It's easy. But if you want to go to France or UK, etc., the cost, the logistics are other level. So I think a good strategy is to find a central event or several central events as the base of the tour, something that will provide some money to cover this a part of your tour. It could be a festival. It could be a city where you have existing fan base or personal network. I will show some examples. You can be opening act for a bigger band, or you can have a cultural exchange, but you need something to create a tour around it. And once you have the central event, you can start to look, for example, some criteria, logistic optimization. Of course, you won't have a concert in London, next day in Zurich, and next day in Warsaw. It's not possible. So you have to watch a bit what cities go well, and then you start to write to venues, to bands, can you accept this, etc. And you can do it. We managed to make several international tours doing this strategy. Also, when you are searching for the places where to play, you can look to online statistics and diaspora. For example, when we played first time in London, it was because we had a lot of fans on Facebook, a lot of YouTube plays from London, and say, okay, there are people there who are listening to us, so let's do it. This is an example. Also, honestly, Romania diaspora it's everywhere, but we are looking, where are Romanians? Because the chances to have at least 50, 100 people, some Romanians heard about Dirty Shirt, are higher to play in cities where you have this diaspora present. What about days off? You cannot play every day. Sometimes it's really difficult. It happened to us to play in Vienna, after the show, go directly straight to Bremen without stop, just driving, etc. And sometimes it's good for your safety to take some days off. So always it's a trade-off between budget and security, or self to feel okay. Because a day off has the same cost. You are on the road, you have to sleep, you have to eat. So if you don't, sometimes it's better even to play for accommodation, etc. It's on your road. It happened for us. We had a concert here, a concert there, a day off between. We had the concert, okay, we will have only accommodation, the food, etc. So for us, it's less cost. So sometimes it's good to do that. And finally, also, if you are doing your own tour, you can search for local acts, find local bands to open, or even collaborate. It happened quite often for us. For the tour preparation, as usually, but for international tour, it's even more complicated. The route plan. First, you need to make your route plan, find transportation solution, which van, you need airplane tickets, you need to find accommodation before the tour. You cannot, the day, okay, let's search for something on booking. You need to everything prepared before. Sometimes you need visas and custom documents, especially, for example, after the Brexit, we had shows in UK, and it's crazy now with the key mint. You have to do documents, you have to pay a lot of money, and you will get it back only when you see after months, etc. Even in Moldova, it's the same. So if you are going outside EU, you need to consider there are visas and custom documents to make. And as usual, you prepare your budget, info sheets, riders, you send to everybody. You will need to promote the tour. We already presented this thing. Just something to say for tour promotion. I advise, if possible, to subcontract it for the PR. Okay, it's good to, your market in your home country, but if you want to play, for example, in France, you don't have contacts, you don't have press, you have nothing. And our experience with the PR agency in abroad are very, very good, and it helped us a lot to have audience abroad. So some examples. As I told you, for example, our tour in 2013, we were really small at that time. And our central event, it was in red. It was a Freireit Open Air in Germany. It was a small festival. We wrote them, they liked our music, and they booked us. So we already have like 1,000 euro or something like this. Okay, with this we can pay half of the transportation of the tour. It's good. Then We had other points that were important for us. It's in down, I don't know if you can see it in green. It's the southeast of France. There are bands like the Grand Zef Babylon Pression. We made exchanges. So we said, okay, we played in Romania, now it's time to play in your country. So we said, okay, we have now Bremen here, we have down the south of France. Let's see how we can link all this. So this is a part with Lille, Paris, and Grenoble, which is based a lot of personal network. In Liège, Christy was a student for a year, so I had a lot of friends. I lived, I was a student in Lille and I lived there for 7 years, so I have a network. Now I live in Grenoble, I have networks, so it's quite easy. It's like playing at home. You are pretty sure that you will have like 70, 100 people, 150, so it's working. So this was an example of tour. Another example is the European tour in 2018. First, the tour was constructed around the fact that we had the opportunity to open for Orphanland, 4 shows, in Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic, I think. So this was the central part of the tour. Then we had an opportunity to open for Percival Schattenbach. It's a Polish band, very known. I don't remember how it happened, but okay, it was really in the middle. It was perfect. They accepted us. We had a small fee. It was great. And then there was 4 local events. 2 of them organized by ourselves. We talked with the venue, they accepted us, and they proposed us some local bands to open, and it was okay, because the local band brings some people, we bring some people, and together it was a nice show. And also there were 2 shows when we effectively entered like this, where the band, for example, had a release in Czech Republic, in Brno, and in Łódź, in Poland, it was a local event with local bands, as I told you about the collective. And do you want another band there? Yes, of course, and like this we had the entire tour. And the last example, the European Electrodrome Tour, this is a bigger one. And in that case, we didn't make just one tour with everything. We had kind of blocks. First block is UK. Everything was constructed around a festival in O2 Arena. It's one of the biggest venues in the UK. And we had the luck to play in this festival. So around the festival, we were searching for other events. And naturally, it was London. We never played before. We saw that the online statistics said, okay, let's play London because it could work. And we played London. And after that, the same year, we had 3 or 4 shows in London because it worked really, really well. It was sold out in a small venue, but it was sold out in London, our first concert. And then we added a little show in Trillions because we were already there. So why not? Then it was another tour organized in Germany by our booking agency at that time in Germany. And they organized everything, and why they did that, because it wasn't the most profitable tour in our life, but it was interesting to apply it after that to the festivals, because at least in Germany, the festivals like Wacken, Don't Open Air, or Reload, they are watching if you're touring in that country. And if you don't tour in that country, the chances to be booked are really, really small. So we made the tour, and then they sent our application for this big festival, and it worked. Another part of the tour, it was focused on France, and this time we had the chance to have grants from France and Romania because it was Saison Culturelle Roumaine. Every year in France there is a country that French government is helping for a cultural exchange. So we had some money to do this. So we made with the orchestra, and it was for me one of the best tours that we had because everything was really perfect. We started as a central event, Snowfest. Probably the Romanian people know it. It's a Romanian festival of skiing and music in the Alps. So we had a big festival with a good fee to start the tour. And everything were linked really well because we had an opportunity to open for a very known French band, kind of, I don't know, punk with folklore from there, or something like this. And it was in a big venue, sold out. It was great. And then after that, something that we are doing quite often, it's coming back in the same cities. Because, okay, you played once, 2 years later, it's better to come back in the same city because there are people who already saw you. And if your show, it was great, if they are pleased with your performance, they will come back and they will make publicity for you. They will come back with their friends, with their family. So for us, it was, once again, in France, always we are playing in Grenoble, Paris, Lille, for example. These cities are coming back and back. And that's it. Now we finished this part. If you have remarks and questions, online or here. Do you have for the mic like this, the audience?
Hi. So, first of all, you're releasing a new album and you're preparing to tour. First of all, nationally. How I'm gonna promote my album throughout the tour? And that's the question.
I think something changed a little bit in the music industry because before, you made the tour to promote a release. Nowadays, you make a release to promote a tour. It's something really opposite. So, but making a tour without a release behind, it's very, very difficult. Even the big bands, they are touring after doing a new album or a new video, etc.
So you're saying it's very hard to do a tour without any background?
An example, we played at Dong Open Air in Germany in 2022. And I wrote the guys next year, could we play again? No. Could we play again? And they told me clearly, if you don't have something new, you cannot play again here. You need a new album or a new EP or at least several songs. With the same set list, we won't invite you again. You have to bring some new content.
But then we made a great show in Essen in Germany last year, and we are back.
So this is really important, the thing, as I said, to play also in the small venue, because once again, they said, okay, you have only one single, not a full album. And I told you, okay, but last time we was the first band on the show, in the festival. We had success, it was crazy, but I said, okay, but we need something more. And we had just played in Essen in December, and it was really, really, really good show. And the guys saw that and said, okay, let's do it. And it was nice to see that when they announced us with other big bands, we had more comments, there is Dirty Shirt than the other big bands. And they were, okay, it's nice.
It's like when you are touring for the first time, you may go touring without any unique ability. But if you are touring for the second time, something new must be. Because if you are touring without anything new, it's just like you want people to go to the same movie for the second time. And there are times like this, because there are, of course, bands that have a legendary status, and their friends will go always to this band, no matter what does it play. But it's really good to accent that is something new, that is something unique. It's a new record, it's a new single, it's a new album, it's an anniversary, because people will more joyfully come to the same band more than once in 2 years.
Okay. So we will pass to the second part. I think that the timing is completely, it takes much more time than we expected. Probably the last presentation, last topic with running ads, I won't do it because we will have the presentation online. It's like a tutorial, so don't need to do this. Like this, we can win like 30 minutes. We will see it. And now we pass to the second part, band management. And there we have 7 presentations. From legal framework and merchandising management by Robbie and the Hippies. I will present a little bit the key actors in the music industry because it's a really complex ecosystem. And also some words about funding opportunities. We will have Sorin here, we will present the Creative Europe program, which is a really interesting program for the bands who wants to go international. Ramona, who will present a little bit the problems of ticketing and ticketing-related actions. And Cristi, who will present music as a catalyst for social change. So I invite Robbie and Bartek. Not Bartek.
Okay, if you're not bored already, no, you're going to be. Because I'm going to talk about the legal stuff. So, legal framework. For a band to function and to function properly, you have to treat it just like a business. Is very important. So this is why we opted to found 2 different entities. One is Cultural Association, and I think 2 years ago we did an LLC also. This is a SRL called SRL in Romanian. Both of them are okay to be legal with your band. but I think the cultural association is better. You have more opportunities. Both have advantages and disadvantages. So let's see a little bit about this. The cultural association is ideal for obtaining donations, crowdfundings, 3.5% of any employee's fee. This is in Romania. To obtain cultural projects, to fund all of this. EERA is done also with foundation with Nelus, our managers association. Being a non-profit organization, you pay taxes only if you exceed a certain amount of money. If I know, I have the good information is somewhere around 60,000 euros per year. After that, you have to pay the value-added taxes, just like at the CERELE. So, and you can have the possibility to have volunteers to help you with the activities of your association. These are the advantages for a cultural association. The disadvantages are not so many. You need a minimum, just a moment, minimum 3 persons to set up the fund and cultural association. If you want to do a cultural association, I recommend to talk with a lawyer. It's pretty hard to do it in Romania, for example. And I think it's 1 or 2 months after you do all the paperwork to have the association. And I don't know, hippies. You said it that it's very easy to do the paperwork with the association. It's horrible.
No, it's terribly horrible because it's a full accounting. It's not easy. You must have a professional bookkeeper because running association as good as a company that it's suitable for 5 or more people. It's not joking because the simple company you can run the easy accountants and one person can do it. For example, I am a bookkeeper of our band and it's not such complicated as it appears. I guess it takes me 1 or 2 days per month to completely run of it. But in association it's terribly complicated and you must put every dot in its place. Every paper, every invoice must be signed correctly, put a stamp on it, give it to the accountants. Every transfer that is coming from an account must be signed and officially accepted by bookkeepers. So it's terrible. But of course, if you are running association, it's a lot easier to get a grant, to get some money from ministry, to apply for any donations, etc. So if you are after the really big things, sooner or later it might appear obligatory.
Okay, the second one is the LLC. It has some advantages. We opted to do this because it's ideal for purchasing. Just a moment. Okay, I really love Sheldon Cooper. It's ideal to for purchasing instruments, merchandise, and just about anything in the European Union because value-added tax is not charged. So if you want to do some merchandise in Poland, for example, you don't have to pay the value-added tax. So expenses are much lower. You want to buy an instrument or you want to buy anything else, it's without VAT, so it's good. And you have the possibility to make profit and pay dividends, to earn some money from the LLC. Okay, the disadvantages for the LLC, you changed, okay. or the double taxation. The LLC is subject to both corporation tax, that's around 60%, and dividend tax, which can lead to double taxation again. The use of money. The LLC's income is not the partner's money. This is often mistaken. The profit can only be taken out at the end of a financial year to dividends after you pay taxes again. Just to make sure that you understand, the LLC money is not your own money. This is not really good. The third one is to be self-employed, or PFA in Romanian. The guys from Dirty Shirt, I think Bila has a PFA, and Cristi also. And Vio.
In Poland it's called jednoosobowa działalność gospodarcza.
Gospodarcza.
JDJ.
So there are some advantages. It's pretty easy to set up. You need, I think, 3 days and it's all done. Very easy bookkeeping, what Hippies already said. And the money earned as a net income can be spent by the holder without limitations or need for justification. So the money you earn, they are your money. You don't have to explain how you're spending it.
Yes, but in the other way, the old possessions you have are also being responsible for your actions. So if you make a great debt having this sort of company, you will pay with your own house, car, or something like this. Of course, it takes a lot of, it takes a lot to make some debts like this, because it's not so easy to be ruined by running a band, but it's always a possibility.
So the disadvantages for the self-employment: proof of the applicant's professional training or professional experience in the field of activity must be provided by supporting documents, diplomas, certificates, etc. Only the KN codes that concern the activity which the PFA's authorization is sold can be chosen. What you already said, in case of deaths of the PFA, the individual will be liable, and in order to pay it, he may even sacrifice his personal assets. That's not good. And the limited possibilities for business development. This is all for the self-employment.
Yep.
If you have something to add.
Yes, I would add something, because the most important thing for every band that is emerging is that sooner or later every musician who wants to earn money will be placed in the fact of that he must make it legit. So it is something that it's scary, and it's something that always is holding musicians back, because it seems to be so tough. Oh, God damn it, I am amateur playing a guitar, and now I must found a company, self-employ, and became, the pro musician with the company. God damn it, is it hard. And of course, there are disadvantages, like, you have to pay social security, etc., which in Poland is really high. It's around 600 euros per month, just when you're having company and have not income at all. You must pay it always. But if you want to have some privileges, you must make yourself legit. If you want to earn money, you must make yourself legit. If you want to sell merchandise, you must make yourself legit. If you want to sell tickets online, there's no other way. You must make yourself legit. So it's a big step for every musician. Of course, you can found someone who has already a company, make a partner of him, etc. There's a lot of possibilities. But sooner or later, you will face the fact that you must become legit, because it's no longer possible to make yourself underground, to work in the black market. Perhaps if you're selling 2 t-shirts monthly, it is possible. When you are selling 200 or 300, it's no longer possible. And especially if you want to sell tickets online, because now 90% of tickets are being sold online. On the gates for a cash, it's only few tickets. So if you want to run this, you must make something with company, with self-employment, etc., because it's unavoidable.
And also for the first fees, if you play for a fee in a festival or for a promoter,
Everyone wants a contract.
you will need a contract and an invoice. Nobody will give you the money like this. Could be something like author rights, etc., but it's not very legit, it's complicated, so sooner or later you will need a legal framework, that's sure.
But I always will say anyone, do not be afraid of it. It is not as hard as it seems, because if someone, I don't know, is a student or a working in its first employment, it always thinks, running company is such a hard thing, how can I do it? It's real, a lot easier than it seems. There are online system that takes care of bookkeeping. They are not expensive and very easy to handle. And if you have some income, it is always the way to do it. So be brave and do it.
Okay, so thank you for this presentation. It was short.
Everybody.
Do you have questions about the legal framework, online or here? There are some online questions about
No.
that? Okay, so I let the same two speakers. The second point they will talk about is the merchandising, management, and distribution.
Okay, I will start. So it's very important to have a band merchandise. I think everybody it has the same opinion than like me. So having band merchandise comes with several advantages, whether you're an independent artist or a well-established band. So, one, additional revenue stream. Merch sales can be a major source of income, especially for smaller or independent bands who may not make so much money from streaming or tickets. Brand awareness and promotion. Wearing a band's merch, t-shirts, hoodies, whatever, turn fans into walking advertisements, spreading awareness in new potential listeners. Strengthens fans' loyalty. Merch creates a deeper connection between fans and band. You have to have a unique, it gives you a unique identity and image. A well-designed merch line helps establish a band's aesthetic identity, making them more recognizable, enhances live shows, it helps you. Having a merch table at gigs, festivals adds to the overall experience, giving fans something physical to take home. Everybody wants to take home something from the band. You buy something, okay, you have something to add, I see you, no? You buy a t-shirt, you go to the band members to sign it, and you take it home. Limited edition and collectability, exclusive or limited run merchandise can create demand, encouraging fans to buy quickly and increasing value over time. And it can give you social media engagement, fans posting pictures in your merch on social media, provides free marketing and strengthens online presence. While having band merchandise has many advantages, there are also some disadvantages to consider. You changed it, okay. One is the upfront costs. Producing merch, printing t-shirts, making CDs or vinyls requires an initial investment, which can be risky if sales are low. In order to earn some money, you have to spend money. This is what I'm saying. Usually, if you have a band and you're an emerging band, prepare yourself to spend money. It's the first thing that you're going to do. Like any business. There are people in the crowd that are having their own businesses? No? Nobody? Because bands, I saw some guys from some bands, so prepare yourself, guys. Good. There are some storage and inventory issues also. Keeping track of sizes, colors, and stock levels can be a hassle, especially for small bands without much storage space. For the moment, our merchandise is stored in Rini's garage and at my workplace. This is how we handle things. So prepare yourself for this also, guys. Unsold inventory, if merch doesn't sell as expected, you could be left without with unsold stock, leading to financial losses. There are some logistic and shipping issues also. Selling online means handling packaging, shipping costs, and potential delivery problems. And also the quality control. Poorly made merch can disappoint fans and hurt your reputation. Choosing the right manufacturers and materials is crucial for you. Okay. To get the most out of the Dirty Shirt merch, we opted for 3 sales channels. And we are not outsourcing our merch. We are dealing with the sales. So the most important one is the band merchandise stand. You can see it in the picture. We didn't have a stand at this festival, and we improvised one in the back of our van. But everybody's happy there, so it's working. Okay, we also have our own online web shop. It's called dirtymerch.com. I could give you some recommendations here because I'm handling it. If you want to do your own web shop, I would recommend to use an e-commerce platform. It's the most effective. It doesn't cost 10,000 euros or something like this. It's only 7 or 8 euros per month. I would recommend GoMag, if you all know. This is an e-commerce platform. They have everything incorporated. It's very easy to use, and you can do it by yourself. Okay, we also sell our merch on Bandcamp. This is a platform, also a platform for emerging bands. We have our T-shirts, and I think now Mihai handles it.
We stopped the T-shirts on Bandcamp and merchandising because it was quite complicated to manage 2 web shops, one our official and the Bandcamp. So we kept the Bandcamp only for the music, but for 10 years or something like this, we sold the merch only on Bandcamp.
Okay, I would have some recommendations for having a healthy merch. It's very important to have diversity. Merch doesn't just mean a T-shirt or a CD. It matters a lot to create a shopping experience for your fans. The greater the diversity is, the higher the chances of sales are. That's why we have chosen to do items that cost from 2 euros to items that cost 50 or 60 euros, like vinyls, baseball jackets, hoodies, or something like this. Very important to have a good design. It's more than important to have a unique design, something that differentiates you from other bands. Plus, you have to try to produce items that are fashionable, something that a fan would wear at work or, for example, in his free time. We usually work with 2 or 3 designers. We can mention Costin Chioreanu. If you know him, he's very good. He works with bands like Opeth, Arch Enemy. I think he does designs also for Sergio's band Yeah. We also work with Leah, who made the design, I think, for EERA, no? Okay. And oh
Can I say
my
one
God,
thing?
I almost forgot. Yeah, and with our guitar player, Christy, he did the logo for Dirty Shirt. Applause for him. Sorry, Christy.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
It is, like very often the amateur band or semi-pro band who wants to have a merchandise selling during the concerts thinks that t-shirts are expensive, because if you are producing the colorful t-shirt with unique design, it may cost around, I don't know, 10 or 15 euros in production. So you must sell it for a lot amount of money. So they think we will make the plain old t-shirt with the small logo of the band right here, and it will be less expensive, so we can sell it cheaper. And I must say, from my experience, it is the wrong way. Don't do it. Don't do that, because people want to wear nice stuff that is actually attractive. You can take this shirt not to only your concert, but to something else, to the festival, to your girlfriend, to, I don't know, anniversary at your aunt's birthday. So it's good to have really nice design, even if it means that you are selling it for large amount of money and you have the less profit. Make your merchandise really attractive for the people to wear, so they want to wear it at any occasion, on any occasion, sorry.
And as Robbie said, the diversity is really important for the merchandising, and only focusing on expensive merchandising is not good strategy. Also, the small things could be really interesting, because, for example, a hoodie, your cost is like 40 euros, and you can maximum sell with 50 euros. So we'll have like 20% your profit on this. And also you will need to put a lot of money before selling. So you will need maybe 1 year to get back the money back. But small things like a bracelet, I don't know, a guitar pick, etc., it costs nothing, like 20 cents, 50 cents. You sell it like 1, 2 euros, but the profit is 4 times, something like this. So this part, and also the selling is easier, because not everyone has 50 euros to buy a hoodie or a vinyl, but you know, a guitar pick as a pick as a souvenir, I think a lot of people can buy this. So you can have very good sales with the small things.
And do not do in rock and roll music the souvenirs like, I don't know, a mug with a picture of a band on it. At least it's so cringy that it's attractive. This is the other way.
Okay, it's very important to have quality items. Never compromise on quality. It's a huge mistake to do bad stuff. You don't want to disappoint your fans because of this. Use brands that are known for quality. We usually use BNC, we use Gildan, we use Fruit of the Loom, we use TJs for t-shirts, usually quality stuff. Okay, you can do collaborations. Try to make collaborations with other brands. I'm not like talking about Korn and Adidas or something like this, but maybe you have a craft brewery in your town, and you can do a beer or something like this. We did this with 2 breweries. One was from Oradea called Bersnova, and the other one that we made last year was a collaboration. I think is the best crafted beer in Romania, called Zagano. Okay, Hippies, if you have something to add.
This is my part, because I can tell how it works from our perspective as Witka, because, you know, we are a comedy band, so the merchandise plays a great role at our department. These advantages of dealing with Merck, already Robbie said about it. We always had a trouble with sizes stock, because we are selling a lot of XL and L t-shirts, and later you are in lack of it, but you are supplied enormously with S-size t-shirts. So this is the disadvantage. Payments always are coming in the worst moments. You don't have money, you are broke, and then the invoice come, pay for the t-shirts that you ordered, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. The long-term production, because if you are ordering t-shirts from the free hand on the free market, it always takes a time if you are not dealing with only one supplier. As you are on tour, who will take care of orders? I don't know, you are touring from October to December, and the orders come, you are at home for only 2 days in a week. Who will send it? Who will, reply the emails, changes, etc. You are always left with a lot of less popular stuff. You always want, you always want more popular stuff that is selling the best. And of course, it's endless investment. So you buy more t-shirts to sell more t-shirts. Half of its sales, the rest is to you. So you must buy another order, etc. But we figure out how to deal with it. Because in Poland, there's a Carton Merchandising. It's a producer who is making t-shirts for, I don't know, 30 or 40% of the independent rock bands in Poland. He called us and said, come on, guys, I have a partnership for you. It's very easy. It doesn't exceed you at any point. You can deal with the t-shirts in a lot more easier way. So, it's like this. We, as a band, we own all the designs. We have absolute freedom of designing. We can make any design of the t-shirts we want. We buy shirts from Carton Merchandising, but he gives us a great discount. We sell it on gigs. We also sell it online. We have no worries about stock because the guy is also selling through its own channels. So there are always t-shirts in any sizes we want. So we call the guy 2 days before the show and we say, come on, Carton, send us S, XS, and L t-shirts because we are in a lack of it. It's a light speed production because the guy has its own sewing factory. So if we need the t-shirts, he runs it in 2 days, 3 days, and it's right at the place. And of course, we have a full control of quality because the guy is right on the place in Poland. Carton has exclusive because we are not making t-shirts in any other company. He's a producer of shirts. He has its own shirts, not, bringing it from China or Bangladesh. Runs large online store where he sells, 200 other bands. Sells it also on large festivals. So if we are going to the festival, we are not taking merchandise because he sells it there. Carton keeps profits of his income. So if he is selling these t-shirts online on festivals, his income is his profit. Gives us bonus for the whole production. No matter how much t-shirts we will order and no matter how much shirts he will produce, it's always the same percent for us to get return at the end of the year. And of course, he earns of profit and has our band in his portfolio, so the large guy can do more. It's absolutely profitable for both sides, but we are still independent. So, as a Witka, we have less worries, more time to focus on playing, on touring. We have a national distribution because the guy sells the t-shirts widely all across the country. We have less trouble with RODO, how to say it, the personal data, because if you are running the online store, you must be legit in taking personal data from people.
Yeah, GDPR.
Exactly. We are still fully independent. We can end the deal whenever we want. We had great sale outcome because usually we are selling 10 shirts on a gig, and now we're having 15, 60, 80. The great outcome came, and life is a lot easier, which I guess is most important because you can enjoy it, not to worry about other things. So I mostly admit that this sort of cooperation with the third-party contractor is very good, as long as you are not tied to him for life. So it is okay cooperation.
It's a good idea for a business for someone in Romania, for example. But we prefer to not outsource our merchandise. We are very strict on this. I would recommend to you to do this for in the beginning. Okay, when you are a huge band, you can do this, and you are pretty huge in Poland. So
this was their presentation. Do you have questions about the merchandising here or online?
Călin Iordache, is there a way to sell merch as a cultural association? Yes, it's a way. We are already doing it. It's legal. It's everything right. So you can do it.
It depends if the assignment could be profitable, because I guess it's not.
No.
Yes. It depends in each country. In Romania, if you have commercial profit at the end of the year, you will pay the taxes for this profit as a company, and that's it.
In Poland, if you have a social assignment, you cannot profit at all. Everything must be spent on, the targets meant at the beginning.
There are other questions here or online? Okay. So I propose to take a break a little bit earlier because it's not earlier in time, but in the schedule. So it's 3:30 in Romania. Let's take a break of 20 minutes and see you in 10 to 4 in Romania, 10 to 3 Central European time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will continue with the second part of the workshop. We are online. Everything is good? Okay, so we are online. So we will continue with the third aspect of the second part. And I will talk about the key actors in the industry because it's an important thing to understand this ecosystem, which is really complex. There are a lot of people, agencies working in, and it's good to know the role of each one, who is doing what. So here you have a list, of course, with the artists, record labels, booking agency and promoters, management agency, music publishers and copyright organization, PR, digital and social media, technical team, and of course, fans and community. So all this ecosystem I organize in a figure where in the center is the artist, and all the other agencies are there to help the communication between the artist and the fans. I will take the first one, which is really the core of the ecosystem, is the artist. He's the one who creates the music, who performs the music. Also, he has to be an entrepreneur and marketer, but usually is the less paid. This is the bad truth, because we are a small band. When you start to have some money, first thing you will probably ask for a sound engineer. Then you have a little bit more money, you will try to find a booking agency. And you are really the last one on the list of the priorities. And even for the big bands, the artist is the last paid, because first you have to pay all the agencies that are working for you, and what it remains is for you as an artist. I will start now with the label, because a lot of musicians are dreaming, I want to have a label, because having a label is a big dream, and if you have a label, everything is done. So first, what is the role of the label? He signs artists and finance recordings. This is something that I want to specify, that it's less and less true that the labels are financing the recordings. Quite often, it's the band who records and support themselves the recording process. It happens for the big bands that the labels are covering this cost. And usually the label handle production, more or less, it's the same thing, but most important is dealing the distribution and marketing. About the distribution, of course, there is physical and online distribution. For the online distribution, the need of a label is less and less important. But for the physical distribution, if you want to have your albums, your CDs and vinyls on the shops, specialized shop in the world, you need to pass through a label. And I think this is maybe the most important role of the label, is because he's developing the artist brand and long-term career. So what are the types of label? We have the major labels, the three big, the three big labels, Universal, Sony, and Warner, with really large budget, global reach, but they have a high control on their artists. And we have the independent labels, what we are calling indies. And here in the independent labels, I think we can split them in two types of labels. We have the big independent labels, like in rock metal, like Roadrunner, Nuclear Blast, Century Media, Season of Mist, Napalm Records, and they are acting like major labels. They are really major in their niche of the music industry. And we have small independent labels, which are more artist-friendly. You can have flexible contracts, but are adapted for niche markets, this kind of labels. What has happened with COVID and a lot of small labels, they closed their doors because they didn't survive this important event for the music industry and for the humanity. There are some pros. Why trying to be signed by the label? Sometimes you have financial support for recording, but most important for the touring. So quite often, as I said before, for the pay-to-play solution, if you are in a label with a big band, there are chances that this label will finance your opening act for the band that are in the same label. They are doing the marketing and promotion, and this is also important. They are doing physical and digital distribution. And probably the most important thing is they have established industry connections and access to major platforms. So being in a big label, there are chances for you to have a big booking agency, so then have big festival, etc. But and also you can be helped by a professional team, which will handle distribution, PR, legal support, and branding. And all this can boost a band's career. But there are a lot of disadvantages. First is the pressure for commercial success. If you sign with a label, you have big pressure to have commercial success. So you can lose the creativity control. It happens that the label will influence your sound and image, and you have a deadline and album cycles. So when you have a contract with a big label, it's every 2 years or something like this, you need to produce a new record or something like this. So it's a really big pressure. And more important, another disadvantage is long and restrictive contracts. I know this because we were in negotiation with some labels, and usually they are demanding a contract for 5 albums. So you are committing for very long term, and the power of negotiation when you are a small band, it's really weak. So this means that you have the same condition 5 albums later. And this is why many big bands are trying to get off from label records contracts. There are complicated exit clauses. And another really bad thing, I think, for musicians is that the label owns the master recording. So this means that when you make an album, you are not the owner of the album. It's the label. So this is something to take into account. So you don't have independence. If you want to make a new release, etc., it's not your right. It's the label who has the rights on your album. And you can say, okay, this is nice, this is good, but the problem is that there are low revenue cuts for the artist. The artist will receive only a very, very small percentage, like 5%, 2%, 10% of the selling. So it's really, really, really bad for the artist. Also, all the money invested by the label in the band is just an advance. It's not that, okay, they advance this money and then you will split the profit. No, this is a loan. First, the label will get back the money that they invested in your band, and the split, it will be just after that. There is also risk to be dropped if the sales are low, because always the contract is in the advantage of the label. He's big, you're small, so that's the life. And even with all these disadvantages, there's still a very high competition and difficult access to the label. The do-it alternative is, of course, self-release. You can make digital distribution online with DistroKid, CD Baby, TuneCore. For example, we are doing the online distribution via TuneCore, and it's a really good service. You are master of your own royalties, of your own recording. You don't have to split someone else. And for physical online distribution, you have the Bandcamp solution. What is the best choice depends first of the artist's goals and values. As Hippies started the discussion with the basis of a band, is the trade-off between independence and mainstream success. And also it depends where are you in your career, because For example, for a young band, you are at the beginning, you have the chance to sign a contract with a big label. Maybe it could be interesting. You can say, okay, I will sacrifice myself for 10 years, the time to finish the label contract, and after that I will be independent. But for a band who has already 10, 20 years behind, doing this kind of contracts is not maybe the best solution, and especially for a band that arrives at a certain level, maybe it's better to continue to do it by itself. I will talk only about our experience with the labels. So we had some big independent labels that we are first time negotiated before Freak Show. It was in 2013, and they told us you are too old already for that. And imagine, 10 years later, we really progressed a lot, so they lost, I think, a thing there. So yes, it was the first answer. You are too old now. It was 10 years ago. And also when we signed with Brainstorm Music, booking and management agency for Germany, we were in discussion with some big rock metal label, and the condition of the contract they proposed, it was so miserable that we refused. This was 5 years ago. Something like this: you pay the production, the recording, you gave them the CDs, and if you want to sell them, you have to buy back your CDs to sell them. So, and they took like 80% of the online distribution and contracts for 5 albums. So in the stage of in the process, for our band, it was not a good solution. We choose to remain independently. But the small independent labels, as I told you, it's a nice solution because they are more human labels. They are not imposing this kind of contracts. But the problem is that the small independent labels are quite no longer existing because they are not powerful enough to stay on the market, and in the same time, you as a musician, you can do your own distribution online. So the small labels are more and more rare. I will give the example we had for Apatia Records in France. They closed the label after COVID, of course, but with them, it was a very, very good collaboration because the condition they had, it was really nice, equitable, okay for everybody. And because of them, we could enter in the French market at the new level. First, this label put us in contact with the booking agency. So with the booking agency and the label, the things were going much better. And third, also they put in relation us with the PR company who really did a great job in PR. So all this package together was possible because of the label. And with these packages around us, we could have the chance to make tours in France with quite big events, opening for French bands, playing at Hellfest or Planner Fest and other big festivals in France. Also, I will give the example of Rock Attack for Germany. So Rock Attack from Germany is just a company owned by Brainstorm. So the company we were in contract for management and booking. Also, they didn't close, but from 6 agents, it remains only 1. So he didn't have the time to continue the collaboration with us. And we had the choice, the trade-off between a big label with the condition that I told you, or just to sign with Rock Attack with really nice conditions. And it was once again a very good solution because together this package with the label, the small label, the PR and the booking agency, this make possible for us to have tours in Germany and play big festivals. So this is the label. The label is just about recording, and if it's a big label, he will help you in promotion, especially to go enter into market. Now I will talk about the booking part. In the booking part, there are 2 types of actors. We have the booking agencies and the promoters, and it's not the same thing. We have to be careful with the difference between 2 things. What are the book agencies? Their role is to book live shows and tours for the artists. They are negotiating the performances fee. They are managing the touring logistics. They connect artists with festival industry events, and they are building relationships with venues and promoters. So, as I told you, to go in the new market is really difficult as independent. So one solution is to try to find a booking agency in this country. And there are 2 solutions. You can have a booking agency with Europe, etc., or you can have booking agencies by countries. So maybe a better solution is to have booking agencies by country, but it means that you need to find partners in many countries. There are different advantages. There are many advantages to sign with the booking agency. We have direct access to festival venues and major events. As I told you, for us, no solution without booking agency, we couldn't arrive to certain festivals. Also, the booking agency can secure better gigs and tours with higher pay. A booking agent has a higher negotiation power with the festivals and with the venues. So it's very likely that what you will pay for the booker agent is finally the difference that he gets above your fee that you would have normally. Also, he will handle logistics, all the contracts, travel, schedules, visas, which is a lot of work. So it gives you a lot of time to do music and not logistics. And also agents can leverage existing relationship to get priority bookings. So this is nice too, but there are different disadvantages. You have to pay him. So usually the commission fees are between 10% and 25% in the industry. It depends on the level of the band, the level of the booking agency, so it varies a lot. Also what's happening, it's in time, the negotiation can change. You start, for example, at a small band. If you make an income of 500 euros, of course you need to pay the booker a little bit more in percentage because the amount of money you get is really small. But when you are a bigger band, for example, you can make a fee of 10,000 euros. In that case, of course, you have more power to negotiate with your booking agency, so you can go down a little bit with the percentage. Another disadvantage is the fact that established agents may prefer working with already successful artists. Even to get a booking agency is complicated, it's not easy, we tried a lot, sometimes it happens, sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes also it happens that you will have less flexibility in choosing where and when to play. Sometimes the booking agent is saying, okay, you will play here, 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 here. So you have less word about this thing. Also, there is a long-term commitment, and I think this is normal. If a booker signs with you, it won't be for 1 year or 2 years. It will be signed 3 years, 4 years, maybe even 5 years. It's logical. Why? Because imagine you have a booker in Germany. For 1 year, he's finding deals with festivals, with venues, with promoters, and 1 year later, okay, thank you, bye-bye, and now I have the contacts. So it's not fair. So this is why quite often the booking contracts are for a long term. And the last disadvantage, quite often the booking agency demanding exclusivity for a territory, at least. So, for example, I have exclusivity with a booker in, I don't know, in Germany. If a festival is writing to us directly, I want to book you, you cannot do that. You have to pass through the booker who will take his share, even if he did nothing for that. Okay. What is the alternative? Self-booking. But this means a lot of work and with low chances to find opportunities to play. So when to work with the booking agency, I think it's an important step when you want to go to national level. From our experience, when we were working with pro music events, the band increased this in Romania, and part of this is because of our booking agency. They have more power in negotiation, they have networking, they know festivals, they are contacted by the festivals, can you find us some bands? So it's really, really important step if you want to go to national level, and also into international development. If you want to go international at the moment, you will need a booking agent. You cannot do it by yourself. So with our booking experience, we had, and we still have several collaborations with national and regional agencies. In Romania, we are working with pro music events. In France, we work with Share Production, but now they are closed. In Germany, we work with Brainstorm Music Marketing. They are closed. Luckily, for the last year, we have good friends in Poland and Czech and Slovakia. They are representing us. And for example, for Poland, here Piotr and Bartek, for example, after we booked with them, they found for us great opportunities with some big festivals in Poland with nice fees, so everything was great. So, yes. And now, this is the booking agency. So the booker is not organizing himself. He's just finding venues, promoters, festivals, preparing the logistic to go there. He negotiates, he does the paperwork, and that's it. The promoter roles is really different. The promoters are the guys who are really organizing the event. So he's dealing with the event promotion and marketing, he's doing with the ticket selling, he's coordinating the venue, the setup, the catering, accommodation, so all the logistic and technical part necessary to create an event. The promoter can be the booking agency. It happens sometimes. We had, for example, with France, when they organize some events, and for the other, they just do the booking. Sometimes there are venues that are promoter of their event. It happens that there are venues, okay, you come, you will have a fixed fee, and I organize. And of course, it could be the band itself who is the promoter of the event. The pros for the promoters is they are necessary for major live performances or for playing in unfamiliar markets. So as I said, if you want to go abroad without a booker, it's quite difficult. It's also interesting to have a booker because he will deal with the event planning and with the preparation of the tour. Also, a booker can ensure increased ticket sales and better exposure with his network and etc. And all financial risk covered by the promoter if playing for a fee. This is really interesting and important to know. If, for example, you go to a venue who will be the promoter or with the promoter, you can have a deal for a fixed fee. In that case, it doesn't matter how many people are coming to the concert, you have the fixed fee. So the risk is covered by the promoter. And we see that there are different types of revenue split. You can have a fee fixed, but in that case, probably it will be smaller than the total benefits. You don't have a risk, but of course, in that case, this means that the promoters need to win something. What the solution is to have a percentage of the ticket sales. It varies a lot. We have from 80-20 to 50-50. So it happens quite often that the promoter will ask for 50% of the income. Of course, with this part of the money, he has to pay the venue, accommodation, catering, etc. But still, you will lose 50% of your income. I think for me, I think one of the best solutions is a combination between the fixed fee and the percentage, because you can establish a minimum fee. We will cover, for example, the band cost to arrive there, and then after the event break means that the event it's at zero, all the costs were covered, and after that level, you can have a split in percentage after the break. So it's, for example, let's say 1,000 euro is the fee until 200 tickets, and after 200 tickets, let's split 50-50. It's an example of contract with a promoter. But being with a promoter, there is still a pressure for success because a promoter will ask you to boost, to be 100% behind this show, but it's not bad in the same time. And sometimes it happens that the promoters ask for a split of the merchandising sales. And a lot of venues in Europe are doing this. And I find it was really a big scandal lately with big bands online, because imagine you arrive to the venue and they will tax 20-30% of your merchandising sales. Imagine the price that you have to put to remain with something. So this could be a real problem. The do-it-yourself alternative, of course, is organizing your concerts by yourself. Now we pass to other type of actors, is the management. And when we are talking about management, we have to know that there are two types of management: artist management and tour management. Tour manager. So artist management is his role is to directly guide an artist's career, handles finances and investments. And the tour manager is managing only the logistics during tours. So tour managing is rather furnished by the booker agency than the management itself. But I will talk more about artist management role. His role is to oversee an artist's career and strategy, has an advisory role and works closely with the artist to make decisions regarding their career directions, handle daily activities and financial management. He negotiates with the partners and make contracts. He searches also for financial resources like sponsors and grants. And also, he's a team coordinator. He is dealing with the lawyers, with the PR, with the booking, with the label. So a manager means really, really a lot of work. And this implies a lot of advantages. For example, it helps artists focus on music while handle business and financial management. So for example, in our case, as we have a lot of touring, this part, it takes a lot of time. So having someone else doing this part, it could be really useful. And maybe the most important is his expertise and industry knowledge, because he has connections, so he really can accelerate the band career. He has also negotiation power and helps, so finally, the band's career development. But there are disadvantages, of course. You have to pay him, so percentage of earning, it varies between 50 and 20% commission of all generated revenue. So manager is not paid by the concert, etc. He is paid for everything. online distribution, merchandising, etc. Everything that the band earns, the manager taking a part. You will lose a part of the control. I had that experience with the manager when I played in a band in the 90s in Timișoara. We had a new manager of the band, and because of the manager, the band split it, because he lost all control. He even didn't like how he was shaved before the TV show, and he came, he shaved me, he didn't like my t-shirt. No, take the t-shirt with the sponsor, things like this. And I said, okay, that's not for me. So it can happen with the manager to lose completely control of your band. And of course, you are dependent on the manager's skill. If you have a very great manager, for example, I know the manager of Skindred. The guy is really, really good. Without him, I think Skindred wouldn't arrive there. But if you don't have a good manager, you will pay someone that will not help you really a lot. And of course, we can have potential conflicts of interest, because if a manager has several bands, sometimes, okay, I have a bigger band and smaller band, so I will push the bigger band. It can happen. Do-it-yourself alternative, of course, do-it-yourself management. At the beginning of the band career, it's normal. It's the thing to do. You won't pay someone doing your financial things, especially that you are not big, so it's not a lot of work to do. But in time, as the band progresses, it demands more and more time, resources, networking. So yes, when you arrive at a certain level, I advise to find a good manager, but only if you have a good manager. So these were the management part. Now the copyrights. And on the copyrights, once again, we have two types of actors. We have copyrights organizations and publishing agencies. And their role is really different, even they are dealing with the copyrights of the music. So first, I will start with the copyright organizations. What are their roles? So they are tracking, collecting, and distribute rights for the use of musical works. I will go in detail later to understand better, but they are playing a crucial role in ensuring that songwriters and rights holders are properly compensated for their work. And first, we have to define what are the copyrights, what are rights that are protected. And they are the composition rights of the real copyrights. We have neighboring rights, in Romanian it's drepturi conexe, and master recording rights, which are really different. So for the composition rights, the organization will protect the song itself. This is the melody, the lyrics, and the arrangements. So who are the owners of the copyrights? Are the songwriters or publishers? I will come to the publishers a little bit later. Because, for example, I compose a song, I write the lyrics, I'm the owner of the music and of the lyrics, but if I sign a contract with the publisher, then it could be a split of the rights. And for the composition rights, the income is generated by live performance copyrights, radio airplay, TV, cinema, online streaming, and mechanical rights. The mechanical rights are the CDs and vinyls. The live performance copyrights, I think, at a certain level, it becomes something important. When you play, for example, at big festivals like Wacken or Hellfest, etc., the copyrights are splitted proportional to the time you are playing. So, for example, if you play 1 hour and Metallica plays 1 hour, the copyrights will be the same for you and for Metallica. And how it works, the organizer, the promoter, he has to pay a percentage of the income ticket selling to the copyright organization. It depends from country to country. And then the copyright organization will collect the money and will pay the rights owners. And I will give an example. For a festival like Hellfest or Wacken, it's between 500 to 1,000 euros. So it's not something to let like this. Now we have we have live performance that can generate rights. Of course, radio airplay. More often you are on the radio, more rights are generated. Online streaming, the rights on online streaming are really, really small. It's really, really small. And the mechanical rights, as I said, each time, if you are yourself doing this or you through a label, each time you want to make a CD, in Romania, for example, it's EERA, you have to declare who are the owner of the copyrights, and you have to pay a percentage of the cost of the CD, which will be redistributed to the owners. So this is the composition rights. Who writes the song? Now we'll go to the neighboring rights. These rights are protecting the performance, who is playing. So who are the owners? Is the artist, the people who's playing, or the label, depending on the contract. And this is important to know that the income for the neighbor rights is not generated by live performances. It's normal because as a musician, you get a fee. So you don't ask rights once again for the fact that you are playing because you already get paid for that. But the neighboring rights are generated by radio and TV, public performances, and streaming services. And the last type of rights are master recording rights. This is a specific recording of the song. It could be the song, a CD, an album. So it's the final product, the music. And who owns these rights, as I told you before, is the artist or the label. If he signed with the label, the artist loses his rights on the record, master record. And the income is generated by sales and streaming. Streaming online or sales of physical or online distribution. So this is the three types of rights. Now let's see what are the copyright organization types. And we have performance rights organization, mechanical rights organization, and collective management organization. The first two, performance rights and mechanical rights, in almost all countries are the same one. So in Romania, for example, performance rights and mechanical rights is UCMR-ADA. This means that in the same time they will collect the rights for your lives. If you play a festival, the festival should declare the set list, and then the money comes to the authors. But also they are collecting the mechanical rights. This means if you produce a CD or a vinyl, etc., these mechanical rights are split again to the owners. And the collective management organization are only for the performance rights. So how it works with the copyright organization? Songwriters and publishers register themselves and their songs. So in the first step, you need as a musician or as a publisher to register to the company, to the copyright organization. Once you register as an artist, in the second time, each time when you have a new song, you have to write the partition, the score, the lyrics, and register each song. You cannot register a song before public presentation. So you need at least first to have a concert with that song or a studio recording that was public. And then the copyrights organization will collect the rights from the festivals, from the concerts, from the TV, from the radio, etc. And they will distribute the rights to the owners. I will give some examples. So in Romania, it's UCMR-ADA, who deals with the copyrights. In Poland, we have ZAIX. In Slovakia, it's SOZA. And there's example in Germany is GEMA, SACEM in France, PRS in UK. And our experience with UCMR-ADA. Honestly, we registered to UCMR 4 years ago only, because it was a time said, okay, maybe it's worth it to do that. For UCMR-ADA, the inscription is for free. In other countries, SACEM, for example, you have to pay when you register the first time. So yes, you can do it. It costs nothing, only some time. And what you obtain with this, something is important to know, especially for international rights, it takes time. It takes really a lot of time, and they have difficulties to get your rights from other countries. It happens for us, for example, with SACEM and with GEMA too. We had big festivals in France, in Germany. We knew that we gave the seed list with the composer, etc. And we need to send several emails. They also send several records to have the money. And after 2 or 3 years of discussion, the money came. Finally, but this is something to know that at international level, it could take sometimes 2-3 years. And even in national level, the rights, you will get it for the last year. So it's 6 months, I think, is the minimum delay to get the copyrights. So this is the organization that managing the copyrights. What about the publisher? What's this guy, one more agency in the process. So the publisher role is to register songs to copyrights organization. You can say, I can do this. Yes, this is not the most important things. Also, he collects and distributes the rights. Okay, I can do this. This is not important, but the most important part of the publisher is the placements and connections. So how it works? I will sign with the publisher, and he has the power to place your songs on radios, on TVs, etc. So this means that you will have much more rights, but you have to split the income with the publisher. We didn't have experience with the publisher. We almost signed with someone, but finally we didn't because we didn't find their proposal. So the pros, they will manage the royalties, they get placements, which is really, really good. but the disadvantages, the cost. Usually they are asking from 40% to 60% of your own rights. Sometimes you will say, okay, it's me, the artist, I composed the song. Why someone else, just for the placement, he will take more than me? Yes and no, because with the publisher, maybe you will win more than independent. It depends a lot. And once again, long-term contracts. As you saw in the business, music industry, usually the contracts are for long-term. So if you sign now with the publisher, probably we sign for 5 years, etc. So we finished the left side of the figure. Let's go to the right side. We are rather in PR and social media. So what is the PR and media role? They will manage an artist's public image and develop promotional campaigns. This means that having a PR, he will help you to prepare an electronic press kit, which is a very important tool for a band who wants to play anywhere. He will prepare your press release and distribute it to their connections. And also he will organize press conference for you. And it happened for us. So it's important. Sometimes it's really useful to have a PR. Also, a PR will secure your media presence. He has a lot of contacts. And if, for example, if you send you by yourself an email to Metal Sucks, I have a new album, the chances to be published are close to zero. Why? Because it's the same situation as for the festivals. There are big competition. There are many bands. They are receiving tons of emails every day. So the chances to have news in important media as independent are really low. Also, the PR will secure interviews, will find deals to make interviews on radios or webzine, and also reviews for your lives or albums. And also, what the PR is doing is a press tracking. A professional PR, you will come at the end of your contract or of each month with a file with all articles that were published with you. Interviews, news, etc. So what are the pros? It will help you to increase your exposure. You will have a professional press kit and media strategy. You will have access to big music magazines and websites. And of course, it will help to have a stronger branding and public image. The disadvantages, once again, high cost. You have to pay him. And there is no guarantee for results. No PR in the world can guarantee, okay, if you sign with me, it's sure that you will have 10 articles in I don't know which site. No, he will try, but it's not guaranteed that it will happen. And about our experience with PR, I will go with the global packages. I already talked about it. With Replica Promotion from France, it was probably one of the most professional relationship that we had with someone from abroad. We worked with Replica Promotion by chance. As I told you, we signed with the label put us in contact with the booking agency, and the booking agency advised us to sign with Replica Promotion. And Replica Promotion, to know, is the PR of Hellfest. So to see the level. Also, they were PR for Rammstein when they played in France. So it's Mr. PR Metal in France. And what it happened with him, it was really incredible. The first time he said, okay, we will need a day in Paris for interviews. I said, okay, what for interviews, Okay. I said, I will go. We won't ask the guys to go to make a conference press like this. He booked a venue, a small venue like this one, from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening. And I had 17 interviews in one day. Everything scheduled from the morning, half an hour by each. It was TVs, radios, webzine, etc. It was the first part. Secondly, we did this collaboration when we had the tour in France, when I talked before. For almost all concerts, we had press there. Like in Paris, we had like 8 reviews, something that by yourself never happened. And yes, he's Mr. Promo in metal in France, so he had connection with the webzine, with the magazines, and often he can also, it's a win-win cooperation because, okay, you will come from smaller bands for me to make your job, but I will invite you for free at Hellfest. So it was a little bit like this. The next step, it was at Hellfest 2021, or before playing 2019. It was not yet about playing there, and he asked me if me and another guy from the band, we want to go at Hellfest with VIP passes for free to give interviews. Of course. So we went there and we had like 7 or 8 interviews in the press tent. Nearby was Megadeth and the big bands, and we were there giving some interviews without playing at Hellfest. And I think the biggest thing that happened with him, it was when we played at Hellfest, we had like 25 interviews or 27 interviews in the same time, several groups, the girls there, the boys there, in 2 days. So we played, I don't know, first day, second day. One day we had only interviews. And after 1 day of pause, another day with interviews. So it was an incredible experience. So yes, having a very good PR can increase your exposure and media coverage incredible. And now, for example, we are working with Asher Media for worldwide promotion. He's from Canada and he has very good connection with big magazine webzine. And now we just released a new video, and we already had like 20 articles published in Germany, in Canada, in France, everywhere. So yes, and there will be a lot of interviews. But I cannot give prices, but finally it's not so expensive that you can expect. But it depends a lot if the PR likes, and it's the same for the label and for the booking agency. If they like your music, your project, if he thinks, yes, it's a project that it deserves that I put energy and time on it, it will happen. So this was the PR. Very linked is the social media. So digital and social media marketing. The role is to grow an artist fan base through content creation and engagement. So this time it's rather content creation than sending press releases, etc. Quite often it happens that the social media is made by the PR, but it's not always necessary. And what they are doing is managing social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And also they run paid advertising campaigns and influencer collaborations. Why passing through a digital and social media marketing? Of course, you will have a professional strategy and expertise. So it's another level. It's something to do by yourself, and it's another thing to have someone who's really pro on this one. You save a lot of time for the musician, because you are a small band, you have 5 concerts, 10 concerts in 1 year, it's easy. But like us, we have to publish every day 1, 2, sometimes 3 posts, because we have a lot of activity, a lot of concerts, new songs, etc. It's crazy how much time you need to spend on this. Of course, with a professional, you have better content quality, and also he can ensure ads management. For example, for the ads, I learned a lot when we had PR from Germany, from Brainstorming Music, because he knew technique that I didn't know, and I learned from him before doing by myself. So, to make it short, you will have higher online impact. The disadvantage is, once again, high cost, you have to pay it, and maybe a more subjective disadvantage is the loss of authenticity and less creative control. Because it's one thing to be yourself, exposing yourself through social media, and it's another thing where it's a professional who will write instead of yourself. So it's a little bit, you will lose your authenticity. But even with the social media professional that work for you, you still need to engage. Because it's not to the social media representative to answer to the comments, to messages, etc. So you still need to get involved. So when do-it-yourself versus agency, I think do-it-yourself social media is really, really the best option for small and independent bands. But when you become mid-sized or even established band, I think it's a good idea to go to the agency. And in our case, very soon we will do that, because the work necessary for the social platform is too much for us to do in the same time. Yes, it's nice do-it-yourself things, but you have a limited time. You can do it yourself, management, booking, promoter, social media, PR, etc. So when the band is big enough to have a social media professional, it's better. Didn't finish yet. There are many people here. Usually when you see the articles about the actors in the industry, everything is stopped here. But I think there are 2 parts very important that are missed in the articles when you are talking about the industry of music. And one is the technical part. I think it's the base of this industry. Without good technician, it will sound very bad, live and studio, so nothing will happen. So the technical team is really important. And you have 2 types of technical teams, studio and production team, and tour crew, live team. In the studio team, I won't enter in details because this could be another presentation, but to know they are music producers, they are recording engineers, editor arrangers, mixing engineer, and mastering engineer. It happens that one guy will do everything, but the best option is to have several engineers that will work on your album because it's a new creativity. Each one will add creativity on this, and also the ear is very subjective. And if you work a lot on a project, you won't hear the problems. You get used with the sound, and you won't realize that, for example, at the mastering stage, that there are some frequencies that are not good, etc., because you listened and you work too much on the album. And for the tour crew, of course, the sound engineer, I think, is the first professional you will need as a band. We insisted on this from the beginning. As soon as you have the capacity to pay your own sound engineer, do it. Even if it's not the best one in the world, but he knows your music, he knows your gear, and he will have better results than a very good sound engineer who doesn't know what you want as sound. In the next step, of course, if you can afford a light engineer, for the show, the lights also are an important part, and it helps a lot to communicate with the audience. Then a stage tech and monitoring engineer, and finally maybe a VJ if you want to do video things. Obviously, the pros, you have a professional sound, the professional shows, and once again, the big disadvantage, the cost. It will cost you. And the last part, but the least and not the last, or the last and not the least part of this ecosystem is the community, the fans. I think this is the base of everything. Without fans, nothing exists. So this is why I put in red the relation between artist and community. The artist is the core of the system, the community is the base. And all the other actors are there to make the relation between the music and the fans. So yes, the most important actor for a musician is the community, are the fans. Why? They are supporting artists by streaming, going to concerts, buying merch, buying CDs, direct financial support with crowdfunding or Patreon, and also they act as promoters by sharing music, engaging online, wearing merch, word of mouth promotion, etc. So the fans are really, really important for a band, and I think a band should continue to communicate with the fans, also online, and also at the concerts. I think it's not a good idea as a band to not answer to your message on your Facebook and or Instagram, etc. You need to answer, even if it's a stupid question. Okay, it's a fan, you need to treat him with respect. And also at the concerts, I know some bands, for example, they are coming to the stage, playing and going to the hotel. I think that these kind of bands, they are losing a lot of human connections, finally, with the fans that can establish a long-term relation. For us, at least, the relation with our fans is a long-term relation and became really our friends. We are glad to see them again in cities, etc. And yeah. So fans, I said all this. So conclusion about the actors in the industry. As you saw, music industry is a really complex ecosystem, and it's a big dilemma between signed and independent. The choice depends on the band's goals and philosophy, the band's level and history, and the opportunities. Because yes, I would like to sign with a big label, but it's not easy, not enough. It depends on what do you want, but also what it happens, what's your level and opportunities. So do you have remarks and questions about this part? Online there is something? Nobody checked. Okay. I will continue with funding opportunities. This one will be shorter because it's important to know how you can find your activity. The funding needs. You need money for recording, for touring, for videos, for promotion, for gear, for daily costs. So you need a lot of money. What are the resources? Of course, you start with your own resources. Personal. First at the beginning, you have to pay. This is the truth. The first tours with Dirty Shirt, we paid by ourselves, the transportation, the accommodation, etc. Secondly is the band's income. And this is something I think that it's important for the bands when they start to earn some money to not directly share it between the musicians. We had 500 euros, each one will take 100 euros. Maybe it's better to be a little bit more patient and wait a little bit and keep this money for the band. Because, okay, you split the money every concert, and when you need to invest in an album, you need to get money back from your pockets. So it will be more difficult. Why again, etc. So I really advise a band who wants to have a long-term career to have priority on the band's budget and non-individual budget, and paying yourself only when it's possible, and the bench budget is really secure. Other source, of course, you can have sponsors, endorsers, and investors. Sponsors, it happens, it helps us. It happens for us 2 or 3 times that there were some private companies that they sponsor us with, I don't know, 1,000 euros or something like this, but it happened. Endorsers, not really funding, is not really a funding resource, but it helps for the gear. For example, after we played at, when we have the second prize at Wacken Metal Battle, we had endorsers with guitar and amps equipment. So it's not the same thing paying 100% or paying only 50% or 30% of the cost. And in time now we had several endorsements agreements, and I can assure it's when you need a new guitar or when you need strings or new pedals, it could be really, really helpful. For free, it was not our case, but even having a big promotion on the prices, it's really interesting. And investors, we didn't have investors, but I have friends of band from France who had an investor, a guy who put 50,000 euros in the band, and to invest for all things I specified before, and he owned like 50% or 30% of the band income. So yes, it could be a solution. Why not? Other funding resources are the labels. But as I explained before, it could be complicated. And we have the crowdfunding and the grants. And I will talk a bit about this too. What is the crowdfunding? We have 2 types of crowdfunding. Subscription-based, like Patreon. I don't know if you know this system. You have fans that will support you every month with a small amount. So every month you will have like 5 euros, something like this. And you can have project-based crowdfunding like Indiegogo, Kickstarter, or in Romania, Sprijină.ro. How it works, a crowdfunding campaign. First, you have to register personally on the platform. All the platforms are asking that you are registered by yourself as individual. And in a second stage, eventually with the company or association or your band. Then you have to prepare a campaign, write a project with a description, what you want to achieve, etc., and define rewards. And for the rewards, some advice on this one is the fact that when you have a lot of products that you have to send after that, it becomes really complex and complicated, and at the end maybe it costs you really much more than you got it. For example, if you have a lot of t-shirts, CDs, and then you have 100 people to send everything, it's really messy. So with our experience, we saw that when we have rewards more like experience, it worked much better. Example, come with dirty shirt on tour a weekend. Have one hour of music class with one musician. We had like the Dirty Family Day. You remember that? For example, for all participants of our last crowdfunding, we organized a special event only with them. They had the chance to go with us on stage, singing with us, playing with us. It was a crazy evening, but it had success. At the beginning, we were like, okay, it won't work. Who will pay for that? It finally worked much better than the t-shirts, CDs, and other things. Okay, then you need to establish a budget, how much money you want to obtain with the crowdfunding campaign, and the goals. And here it's important to make the difference between fixed goal, which is all or nothing, or flexible goal. Fixed goal is all or nothing. I need 10,000 euros to make a new album. I don't have the 10,000 euros. I don't do anything. All the money is giving back to the participants. And for the flexible goal, okay, I take also 5,000, something like this. And you will pay the commission. Typically, it's 5% for the platform fee and the payment processing fee. And at the end, once everything is done, you have to distribute the awards, what I said with the problems. And we had 3 crowdfunding experience. The first one, it was in 2014. To make the Delicious album on Indiegogo, and we get 1,000 euros. It was really helpful, believe me. It was especially our family, friends, and this is the nice thing, because if you ask your friends and family, give me 10 euros to make an album, it won't happen. But with a platform like this, it can happen. And with 1,000 euros, you can pay, for example, the mixing and mastering. So it could be really useful. The second one, it was a pandemic special in 2021. This time on Romanian platform sprijină.rom. We had 5,000 euros, and the last one is for the new van. In 2023, our van was broke several times, so we needed a new van, and we launched a crowdfunding campaign. Honestly, we didn't believe it would work because 1 year before we had another one, so it was one after the other, but our friends were really kind with us, and we had almost 50,000 euros. So yes, it helped us a lot to buy a new van. And the last funding solution are the grants and the public funding. There are 3 types of grants: local funds like municipalities and regions, national, cultural, or youth grants if you are a young band, and international grants. We can have bilateral, international, or European. The pros is the free money. It's not true. It's not so free. Why? Because first, it's a highly competitive competition again, and there's a very low rate of success. So you will write 3, 4, 5 projects to eventually have 1 grant. So imagine you're preparing a project, you are working for 1 month on it, and the result is 0. And especially in Romania, for the Romanian grants, in time the competition became even higher. So a lot of work to do, and very low rate of success. Secondly, it's really heavy paperwork, at least in Romania. To make a project, you have to write, to prepare, to monitoring and reporting all documents. It's really difficult. And you can have some restriction. Of course, you cannot use the money as you want. If you made the project, I want to use money, for example, for a festival, I have to book a venue. You have to book a venue, pay, etc. What was established in the grant. So a little bit about our experience. I know that funding and grants for rock bands it's sometimes even our friends from Litka Grupa Selin said, this is not our thing, we're rock and roll, etc. And I was the same. But I learned the fact that rock music can be funded in France. In France, there is a really culture of helping the association, the culture, the music. And there I tried first time to get some grants, and it worked. And after that, we tried also in Romania. So in Romania, we had also AFCN, Autoritatea Fondului Cultural Național. We had it twice for Folklore Tour, the tour with Ensemble Transylvania, and the European Lecture Drum Tour. And the problem is that in time, the competition for these grants became even higher because they reduced the total amount of the budget for the all grants is the same, but the budget of each project is higher. So now they have money for 15 projects in the session. So imagine that in the whole country, there are in music only 30 projects by year. It's really not a lot. So the last year we don't make AFCN anymore. Internationally, we had a bilateral fund. It was Saison Culturelle Roumaine on 2019, where the Centre Culturel Français, the French Cultural Center, and Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs supported our tour in France. And a private foundation, there is Vacan Foundation. I just checked before the presentation if they are doing, and they stopped this for a while. But this foundation, which is sponsored by Vacan Festival, it's this foundation who was paying the battle metal prizes. So in 2014, they gave us the prize, not the festival. And they helped a lot of small projects for bands who wants to tour or to make an album, etc. So I remember in 2018, for the international tour we made, I present before the poster, we asked Vacan Foundation with a small project, like in half an hour I wrote everything, if they can help us. And they help us with 1,000 euros. At that time, 1,000 euros for us, it was a big difference between losing money or being at 0. And finally, in 2019, after Vacan Open Air, our van broke in Germany. And we had people and the van to repatriate, to repair the van, etc. And we asked Vacan Foundation, could you help us with that? And yes, they helped us with 5,000 euros. So we could pay everyone to go back home, the van reparation, etc. So yes, it happened. And international funds, European grants, we had in 25 and 26 for the project East-West Fest, youth program, that we made the festival in France, in Romania. In 2023, we had East European Metal Alliance for this project at Timișoara, and it was European Capital of Culture. So Europe helped us to do this little festival. It was really nice. And this festival was the base of East European Rock Alliance, what's happening now, because it was the first step for this project. And now we have East European Rock Alliance with the Creative Europe program. Do you have remarks or questions? Yes. And now we have Sorin Enus representing Creative Europe program in Romania.
Hello, everybody. It's a sign that I have to be shorter. So, Mihai started talking about Creative Europe, the program that is financing the EERA project. So I will present you briefly the funding opportunity for the music sector available under this funding program. But I will start by setting the stage and telling you a bit about the EU funding, because I don't know if you know, but there are two separate and different type of EU funding. Structural and investment funds. I will raise to see the... Okay. So, structural and investment funds. Well known and created to reduce disparities between the EU countries, can be accessed by some EU countries who need development, faster development, to say. They are managed in a shared responsibility system between European Commission and the member states. High bureaucracy, I have to say, because they are developed throughout operational program created via managing authorities. So the managing authorities are situated in the countries that can access this type of funding. Here are some examples that can be accessed by the music professionals. And the other type of fundings are the community programs. These are lesser known funding opportunities created throughout some, let's say, software program to develop cooperation, to develop education, to develop innovation, research, and so on. What is important here is that this type of funding are managed directly by European Commission throughout subordinated structures. And also, very important is that this type of funding are open not only to EU member states, to all EU member states, but also to non-EU member states that are participating in this type of funding after they sign a participation agreement with the Commission. One of these community programs is the Creative Europe program. I don't know if you heard about this funding before, but it started in 2014 by gathering all the financing program for culture that worked between 2007 and 2013. So, as I mentioned, this type of funding is managed by European Commission throughout one of its agencies, and this agency is called European Education for Culture Executive Agency, or EECEA, who's in charge of evaluating the submitted proposals, also supervising the selected projects, contracting the best evaluated projects, and then evaluating the final reports of each selected project. In order to promote this funding opportunity at national level, and also in order to offer technical assistance to potential applicants, a network of Creative Europe Desk was established in each and every country participating in this program. And as I mentioned before, in this program are not participating only the EU program, the EU countries, but also non-EU countries. So this is the list of the participating countries in Creative Europe right now. 40 countries are participating right now in this program, and the list will grow in the next years. The second Creative Europe program started in 2021 and will end in 2027, having a budget of 2.44 billion euros for the 7 years of implementation. The structure of the program is quite simple. There are two sub-programs: culture, that covers all the cultural and creative sector except the audiovisual and film industries that are covered by the media sub-program. And the third part of the program, it's a cross-sectorial strand that's support initiatives that are common for cultural and media programs, and also is financing the media industry. the news media industry. So, from now on, my presentation will focus on presenting the funding opportunities provided by the Culture program, the one that is financing the music sector. And here you can see the measures under this program. The most important for you are the horizontal actions that are actually the financing line of the program. And I will present you today briefly the free funding opportunities available for you as professionals in the music sector. And I will start with the biggest and most important one, the one that is financing the EERA project, the European Cooperation Strand. This is the key pillar of the Culture program, 70% of the budget being distributed to this type of funding. It supports cooperation between organizations in the participating country, having two main objectives: transnational creation and circulation of the artists and their works, and also innovation. In order to be eligible to access this funding, the project submitted must tackle one of these two main objectives. Here are some examples of funded activities. As you may see, the list of activities that can be funded here is quite deep. All kinds of activities developed in cooperation between partners are available to be funded here. Eligible applicants are only legal entities, so natural person cannot submit application under this call. There are two roles that an organization can have in this project. The project leader is the one that is developing the project idea, is the one that is submitting the project in behalf of the consortium, is the one that is managing or coordinates the implementation of the project if the project is selected, and also is the one that is submitting the final report at the end of the project. All the activities in the project are implemented by the leader together with his partners. So the partners are fully involved in implementation of the project. There are three types of projects that can be founded here: smaller scale, medium scale, and larger scale project. There is no minimum duration of implementation of this type of project, but the maximum duration is 4 years. Right now, the 2025 call for cooperation project is opened, has a budget of around 60 million euros. And for this type of project, calls are launched every year. So we will have cooperation project calls in 2026 and 2027 and beyond if we will have a funding program for culture beyond 2028. A mobility scheme right now, because we received a lot of feedback from the sector who is in need of smaller grants dedicated to mobilities. So the Commission created in 2022 this small scheme called Culture Moves Europe, dedicated to 7 sectors, one of them being the music sector, that provided mobility grants for artists and professionals in cultural sector, and also trying to help host organization to organize residency. Being just a small scheme, this funding was externalized to a third party, Goethe Institute, who won a tender call, special dedicated to select an organization to implement this scheme. So Goethe Institute received in 2022 a 21 million euros grant in order to offer mobilities for individuals or group of individuals of up to 5 persons, and also residency hosts. This program covered daily expenses, travel and accommodation costs, and also special costs such as top-ups for beneficiaries with disabilities, traveling with young children, or requiring visas. Unfortunately, right now, Culture Moves Europe is closed. The last call was in November 2024, but because of the high interest at EU level, the European Commission decided to continue Culture Moves Europe with a new scheme that will open in the second part of this year with similar budget. Right now, a call for tenders in order to manage this scheme is evaluated. So the budget is similar, 21 million euros, and also the type of the activities that are funded here are also similar, individual mobilities and support for host organizations. Now, last scheme. A scheme dedicated to the music sector. The program is called Creative Europe, but is not very creative in selecting the title, so Culture Moves Europe, so Music Moves Europe right now. This scheme will also launch in the second part of the year, supporting green transition and environmental sustainability for European music sector, having a budget of 5 million euros and supporting 3 types of actions: a capacity building program for the music sector, to improve skills and knowledge in order to facilitate the sector's green transition, a strategic needs assessment and the mapping of the best and innovative green practices or tools, and a financial support scheme. This is maybe the most important for you as a representative of a diverse organization in the music sector, a financial support scheme for music organizations in order to adopt best or innovative practices for the sector's green transition and environmental sustainability. Around 60 projects will be supported under this scheme, and the maximum grant for each project will be around 60,000 euros. So stay tuned for more information about these two financing schemes. But here you can find useful links for this program, where you can find information about this program. So the program has a special dedicated page where you can learn more about the structure, the funding line, the eligibility criteria, and so on. Also, Funding and Tenders portal is the one where all the calls are published, and all the results of the calls are also published. So find out more about each calls by accessing this portal. A very useful tool for you if you want to access this program is this Creative Europe Project Results platform, who provide information about each project selected since 2014 when the program started. Short description of each project selected are available there, and also information about the partnership with contact details of each organization involved in projects, so you can contact them if you need partners for cooperation. Also information about the grants, information about the period of implementation of each project. So feel free to use this tool if you want to find out more about the project selected, or maybe develop your project idea. Last but not least, if you have any questions, if you need assistance related to the program or support in identifying partners for your cooperation project, feel free to contact the Creative Europe desk in your country. Our activity, it's free of charge, so feel free to work with us if you have a question or you need guidance in order to apply for this funding program. That's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have questions...
If you have remarks or questions, I will start just with a short remark. It's our experience with Creative Europe program. How we started, it was last year or 2 years ago. I was searching for festivals where Chaka Ponk, a French band, is playing. And I saw a festival in my region, and I saw it's financed by EU Creative Europe program. I said, okay, Europe is financing rock and metal music. And I entered the program, I searched for the results from the previous years. I searched for rock and metal, and I see several projects with rock and metal being funded, okay? Maybe there is a chance to try something. So as we had already bilateral relations with Litka Grubasa and Heleni Nocic, let's do something in 3. let's try to make a project, etc. And we applied, and with the first try, we had the grant. So it was really 100% success. Maybe we should stop there to keep the statistics. I'm joking. And what I wanted to say is that when you see EU programs, etc., it's scary. A lot of bureaucracy, a lot of paperwork, etc. And it was a nice surprise to see that it's much easier than the national grants. You don't have the same amount of control, of papers, of financial reports. It's quite easy, and it's fun. It's easier for paperwork, and the money is 10 times more. So yes, you should try. You should try. I think that there are chances if you make a good project. And what I wanted to do, and to thank Sorin, is the fact that, as he said, if you have questions, you can contact the Romanian Creative Desk, and I can confirm this, that when we were writing the project, we had a lot of questions, and when we contacted Sorin, he was really, really kind with us. He took like half a day to talk together about the project, how to improve it, how to make it better, and yes, thank you. Do you have other questions about Europe programs or something like this? Now it's Ramona Gram, who she will present the ticketing related actions with the Romanian example.
Hello. I'm kind of nervous, so I hope I will read it. So I'm from a ticketing agency in Romania. It calls ambilet.com. Not .ro, sorry. I'm nervous. So, in order to put the sale tickets of the event in Romania, you should contract a ticketing agency. There are usually online agency platform, and you sign a contract. That means that you have to pay a fee. In this contract, it's up to 10%, this fee, and it's two kind of contract that you can sell with it, that you can sign. Thanks. With a ticketing agency, there are type of that. When the fee is on top of the price of the ticket, this is recommended, and of course deduced from the ticketing price. Why is recommended to sign when the price is put on top of the ticket is because you as an organizer, you get the full price of tickets from the buyers, of course. So now that you sign a ticket contract, you should put the event on sale, of course. I have to read it, it's better. Putting the event on sale of the period and the period between the moment putting on sale and the day of the event. The contract must be signed, which means the organizer of the event is established. Now, this I have to put an accent on it. Romania has a special law that say you can sign the contract with how can I say firma, company. With a company, and also you can be organizer if you are just a person with an ID card. Yes, you cannot. You understand what I'm saying? As an individual, yes. The law in Romania approved this kind of contracts. Of course, you have to pay all the taxes and all the fees, legally fees. So, this particularity is accepted only for Romania ID, Romanian person. No matter that we are in UE or Schengen space. Mihai, can you help me?
Sorry, she's not feeling very well. She was really ill. She tried to present today, but she's not able, sorry. So we'll pass for the next presentation. Sorry. No, sorry. Okay.
Thank you for understanding.
Okay. We will pass to Christy. He will speak about music as a catalyst for social change. Nice title.
Bună ziua, eu sunt Dan Petean și am venit să avem aici o chestie între noi. Sorry, English. I am Dan
For
Petean.
English, press 2.
I'm used to speak in Romanian, so I had to do some Duolingo for today because my native language is Romanian. So let's start. I will read because I want to be fast. I will not keep you. You know what we are doing. So, as Mihai said, music has always been a powerful force to unite people, inspires change, and create meaningful connections. But beyond music and concerts, some bands choose to use their influence to support social causes like we do. So today I want to highlight how music bands can make a difference in social campaigns. What makes these efforts so impactful is the influence that a band holds with thousands or even millions of fan artists can convey important messages that encourage positive actions in the world, blah, blah, blah. So, whether through social media posts, charity concerts, and our partnership with organizations supporting social causes, bands create a domino effect, inspiring people to become more aware and increasing their level of involvement in social responsibility. Okay. Engaging in social activities is a way for a music band to show their commitment to societal issues and use their influence for the greater good, raising awareness and sensitizing the public. Over time, many bands and artists have chosen to use their influence not just to fill stadiums and dominate the charts with their music, and also to draw attention to important causes, from environmental protection and human rights to animal rescue and fighting discrimination. Musicians have become true ambassadors of change. So music has a unique ability to transcend the cultural, linguistic, and social barriers, reaching directly into people's heart. Bands don't just sing about change, they inspire it. So whether promoting peace, protecting animals, or fighting injustice, artists manage to transform a simple chorus into a powerful message that can influence millions of people. So therefore, music is not just an art form, it's a catalyst for a change, like the document said. As artists, I believe that we have an important role to be mindful of the messages we send and to support initiatives that bring real benefits to society, not like Firma, by the way. Dirty shirts, involvement in social causes. The dove has... So beyond the music, in Dirty Shirt, we have always tried to maintain a strong connection with our fans. Bond based not only on music, but also on shared values. Over time, we have been involved in various social causes, including charity concerts to raise funds for people close to us, like Rock for Livia in 2014, Together for Johan, you know that he has a problem. Even for the victim of the collective tragedy in 2015. We also do every year, we have an event on Christmas. It's called Santa Claus It's a Rocker. Since 2007, we have organized a charity concert to give children a better Christmas with toys and founds, and it was every year a different way. So that leads me to the next chapter, the Forever Friends project that we did. Was born out of a sincere desire to give back to the community, as well as we received from our fans. So as animal lovers, we love like animals, we decided to actively get involved in their protection. Whenever we could, we have visited shelters and saw firsthand the challenges that the organization faced. Thus, we decided that for every concert we organize in a city, we would seek a local NGO or associations dedicated to rescuing and protecting animals and invite them to our concert. The goal of this campaign is to increase the visibility of the organization within the local community so that the people who want to help, they will know exactly where to go to do that. Specifically, what we do, we invite an NGO to the event and provide him with a space where they can promote themselves, display informational materials, or sell products to raise funds. They bring a donation box, so the artist is not legally involved in the fundraising process. Before the concert, we give the NGO 3 to 5 minutes on stage to introduce themselves to the audience. The feedback we received from both the public and the participants associations has been extremely positive. This has motivated us to continue and get even more involved. By setting an example, we hope to inspire other artists and event organizers to do the same, because when more people get involved, the impact grows. So whether if you are an emerging band or an established artist, you can take 20 minutes to discover a social cause in the city where you are performing and support it. Beyond the satisfaction that of doing something meaningful, you will have the chance to meet amazing people who fight for the welfare of animals or those in need. Plus, you will gain new fans who appreciate your involvement. But there are some advantages and disadvantages of a music band involving in social causes. Well, the main advantages are increased credibility, because music bands can bring visibility and legitimacy to a cause. Mass mobilization. Music can help a really large number of people to support a social cause. And deep cultural impact. Bands can change mentalities and promote responsible behavior. But there are some disadvantages also.
Politicization.
Oh, right. Involvement in social cause can attract criticism and politicize the band's image. As I said earlier, you know, huh? No need to mention it again. So there is an additional pressure of this, because once involved in this campaign, the band must maintain its commitment and be mindful of public expectations. So, as for some conclusion of this,
just excuse me, you didn't mention, but there is also a lot of work with this.
Well,
really a lot of work to finding an association, to prepare a video, etc., communicate, etc. It's a lot of work.
well, those are details. If anyone wants to ask me, I can share them gladly with you. So, as a conclusion, music is more than just an entertainment. It's a tool for social change, a means through which we can educate, inspire, and mobilize entire communities. As artists, we have the responsibility to use this influence to create a positive impact in our society through projects like Forever Friends that we do, and the other charitable initiatives. We aim to show that every action counts, and then together we can make the world a better place.
Make it
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we finished the second part. I told you it will be the biggest one, and now we can go to the third part. tools for touring. This is really important part for the bands. If you are here bands, to learn how to make a rider, info sheet, etc. So we have, for the first presentation, essential tools for touring bands with Bartek and Piotr from Poland Rock, and the band's technical rider with Bill, Adrian, if you want. Okay. I will come back, just 1 minute.
Hello.
Hi. So we've heard a lot of interesting things here today, and a lot of information has been shared. And we do not want to repeat things that maybe you've heard about already. So we're going to try to make it really short, and we're actually shortening it a little bit as compared to what we originally planned to say. So basically, we want to talk about things that are kind of basic thing as compared to what has been discussed before. Okay, so there are 3 subjects we want to cover. First, Bartek will talk about an info sheet, and then I am going to cover paperwork, and then maybe the third part together. So
Yeah, let's start. Let's start about info sheet. I think many people maybe don't know what is the info sheet. Info sheet is a document which can help you to make the best show possible into the club, into the open airs. It's very good solution for young baby bands because it helps also to baby bands to prepare the best possible way to make their production, their show, and of course it helps to the promoter, to the organizers who also are involved into this info sheet. The info sheet must include some points that contacts, hotels and logistics, production details, event details, schedule of the day, and additional information. We got example of this kind of info sheet, which we use in Poland, for example, and you can see it in the screen. In the beginning, there is a short statement, short invitation to the promoters, to the production guys, who received from us the info sheet. Because, as I told in the beginning, not many people know what is info sheet. So this kind of short message can help you to open a discussion and open pre-production for your show. What do we need to get there? Artist rider, of course. So you are putting it into the link, and everybody can download it. So it's in one place. Of course, main details as promoter name, phone, email, contact person on site, because sometimes or usually a different person is taking care of you during the shows. Can you go up, Peter? The date, the city, event name, event type, because you can get club show, open air show, as festival, concert hall. So every event is different. Venue, place, address, that's simple because you know where you need to go. Venue capacity, of course, because it's always important also for example, for merchandise. You know what you can expect maybe. Curfew time, merch stand, for example, so you can get information. Do you get on the site merch, possibility to sell your merchandise? Do you get a tent? Do you get a space? If you don't get a space and if you don't get a possibility to sell merch, you should not bring it. So it's easier for the trip. Can you go upstairs? Up. Okay, so we get also pyrotechnics if you use. So it can be allowed, or it can be allowed, and there are comments. This file, I should tell it in the beginning, is sent to all promoters. I'm managing a punk rock band in Poland, and I'm sending this file to all promoters, and those promoters can share this file to their production office, lighting designers, and everybody who are involved into into the production process. So it's a file which can be edited every time. You see who edit it, and many people can put as most information they can. Information about the stage, stage manager, a name, phone, email, dimensions of stage, because sometimes your production can be much bigger than stage. What will be into the festival, for example, risers. So you get information about risers. If you need, for example, 3 risers, and somebody will write, we got only possibility of 2 pieces of riser. You know, you need to try find the solution to play the show with 2 or 1 riser. Once again, can you go upstairs? Sorry. Okay. Comments, of course, and sound details. Sound engineer name. It's the same details. It's. You can see right now the details for sound engineers. You know, if you're a big band and if you're touring only with your rider requirements, and your rider is in every city the same, and every promoter is providing your rider, it's okay. But sometimes for baby bands and younger bands, there is a problem to provide a good quality equipment. So there are points where somebody can write to you what PA system you will play, what subwoofers will be provided, front files, etc. It's very crucial for the sound engineers, because sound engineers are really important persons into the whole crew. The same thing about the lighting. You can put there every information, list of equipment, lighting console, lighting plot. If the lighting plot is provided, your lighting guy, if you got lighting guy, can prepare the show into the pre-programming, during the pre-programming. So it's also a part for the lighting designers. If you're interested about security, I am, for example, because I want to be sure my band on the stage will feel really secure. I'm putting this kind of points as security personnel, crowd barriers, bouncer, usher, system for marking guests, and I know everything about the security. I feel really comfortable. Day schedule. This is important, as you know. The day schedule. This is the day schedule regarding the show. Of course, you can put there what you want because every band is different. So you can get more ideas. For example, for this, we can put there, for example, interviews. So you will get a full schedule, what to do, and it will be much easier for you to make the production of this show. Catering, of course, time, location, numbers of carnivores, sum of points we are filling. So we feel, as a band, we are filling the positions of number of carnivores or vegetarians. So the promoter already know how many meals he need to prepare. Here the comments, accommodation, of course, hotel name, address. Number of rooms, so it's very simple. If we get one file, when everybody can be included and everybody can edit it. So, in my opinion, I spoke with Mihai yesterday. In Western Europe, is popular. InfoSheet is very, very popular, and it's something really normal. Everybody fill the info sheet, everybody read the info sheet, and every information is in one piece, in one file. In Eastern Europe, I think it's a problem because sometimes I need to fill a call to the promoter, ask him about the points, and then I fill the gaps, for example. Sometimes they don't know how to edit online file, for example, so those are problems, I think, right now in our part of Europe. But hopefully, in the future, this kind of files will help to everybody. As I said, if you want to edit and do something only specified to your band, it's not a problem. So feel free to use this kind of gadget.
So basically, a tool to make our lives easier as band managers and we want to promote this. Okay, now the second part is the paperwork, but a lot has been said about this before, so basically maybe let me just say a few words about what happens when you confirm a show. Usually what happens in our case is we get a confirmation per email to discuss the basic aspects of the show. And then in case of bigger companies, they sometimes want to sign a deal memo, which is basically like a smaller version of a contract to confirm in a stronger way than just in an email that the show is taking place with all the basic information. And only after then a contract with all the details. But this does not happen always. Sometimes it's just an email confirmation. Although we believe it's a good idea to generally have a contract to be safe and secure for all kinds of situations, because you can never know for sure what's going to happen. You may have been working with somebody for a long time as a friend and stuff, and then something goes shit, and and you can be left out in the cold. And obviously the other two important documents are the riders that also have been discussed before, the technical rider and the hospitality rider. And one I want to say is, because this is a very basic thing, but well, I would like to mention that why do we even have these? Like, why isn't everything in the contract already? And the reason is simply because we want to have more flexibility. We want to be able to change things, like to have a signed contract already, but then at the end, like if there is an extra need for the band 2 weeks before a festival, say, we want to be able to update our needs. So first we're signing a contract with all the details, and then as taken out as a part of a contract, but taken out of it, there is the technical rider which can be updated before the event, and it helps you as an organizer as a manager of a band to to have things your way. Some basic things about the contract that I think are quite logical. So it should be simple, it should be short, it should contain all the basic information, the date, time, the financial conditions, when the payment is taking place.
Especially for the baby bands, this should be short. If you are a baby band, you don't want to scare anybody who promote the show.
Yeah, we also consider it's a good idea to put something about promotion in there. It looks good that you want to promote the show. It also helps when the festival organizer, the promoter, is committed to promoting the show a little bit to help you. So this is something to mention. Contractual penalties, force majeure, these are also things that help us come out of a difficult situation. But let's not go into too much detail. I guess we can jump over to the last part. Hospitality, this has also partly been covered before. And I think more advanced aspects of hospitality have been discussed already. What we wanted to say is that these are things to really think through for a beginner band. You want to make sure that your band has a nice daily life, especially during a tour. So all these things need to be discussed, but there are also good examples that can be found online what to put in a hospitality contract. Would you like to?
If you are a baby band, for example, you should ask about alcohol. Don't want it, but you can ask. Just ask. For example.
Well, I guess we'll be finishing here to keep it short. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If there are some questions or remarks, I already have a question. Don't need to have a name, but in the hospitality rider for Poland Rock, did you find some crazy demands? Some examples, if possible.
That's an interesting one. I remember Bob Marley kit, for example.
Bob Marley medical kit. In Poland is illegal as in your country.
But I think we kind of covered that unofficially. Something else?
No, I don't think so. I saw just a couple of days ago in the Polish hip-hop artists rider, they need after the show the toothbrushes with the paste after the show in the dressing room. And I think
so with the toothpaste already put on the toothbrush, so they don't have to do this.
Exactly, after the show, so it's crazy. I don't know which way we are going.
Okay, and I have some remarks about the hospitality from our experience. As you said, for the baby bands, you don't need this, etc. And until 10 years ago, the only thing we put in the hospitality rider water on stage, because at least this one, yes. And we had problems to have water on stage. This is why we put it in the rider. And I remember we had the Sofia Metal Festival, a big festival. And when we send the riders, etc., we just send this thing with the water. And we arrived there after all day, one night driving, etc. We arrived in the backstage, and a lot of water in the backstage. We are watching, calling Nelu, but you said we have catering, we have food, etc. Yes, they said you have everything. We talked with the manager of the festival, what's going on? Oh, we see with the stage manager. I said, I did what it was in the rider. You ask for water, you have water. So, yes, it happened. So, and something, yeah, and it was okay. Finally, they searched for things for us, some fruits, some snacks, etc. But we didn't have the catering we should have. And what I advise the bands when they are writing the hospitality rider to be really nice. Not, I want this, I ask for this,
That's
please,
true.
if it's possible. Some, I don't know, some water on stage, some drinks, some snacks, etc.
That's true. That's important to write the hospitality rider very comfortable for the promoter. I think for me as a booking agent, production manager at Poland Rock, for me when I need to write, when I'm writing to an email and I'm putting their information, we got really good Polish beer. And the band demand, for example, the Denmark beer, and after that they are not drinking it. I'm asking, why we can't use a local drinks, a local beer, a Romanian beer, very good.
Do you have other questions from the musicians? You have the chance to ask people from the big festivals how it works.
All kinds of questions.
Yes? Wait.
Hello, I'm George. Nice to meet you. So, if you're a small band and you want to take it step by step, and let's suppose that at a certain point in your career, you decide as a band that you have to apply to a bigger festival. What are you guys taking in for a band to come and play at your festival?
How we are choosing the band, for example?
Yes.
In my opinion, the best way to book the band is to see the band live. So as you told in previous conversation, the live session is for me very, very important. The live recordings for other festival is for me very, very important. And for example, the recording from the cell phone, from the iPhones, from the smartphones is much better for me than a studio recording, in my opinion. And I think I can feel, for example, from the smartphone recording, I can feel how the audience is reacting to the music. From the studio album or studio songs, I can't imagine how the band can play at Poland Rock, for example. And one time during the pandemic, when we run preliminaries for the Poland Rock, and we do not make shows all over the Poland, where we every time checking the band how they are doing live. We got some bands with really good CDs, but live.
But otherwise, it's important as well. Have you seen better bands live and on studio? They sound like a proper.
You know, sometimes because I'm working with the band, sometimes I believe that in past I believe when I was stupid I believed that the studio album should be at the same level as the live recording. Right now I know if for example the band got a potential and they will make a really good CD. For example, after the 1 year of touring, they will play the same level as on the audio album, on the recording. So I think it's okay to record something good, but we need to get the point where we are so good live as in the previous recordings.
Okay, thank you. I have one more. Sorry,
I just wanted to add to answer your first question, something that Mihai mentioned. You just gotta keep trying. This is also important. Like, keep sending these emails, keep signing up, even if you're not selected, because you just gotta be lucky at some point.
And I think it's so important, as Mihai said earlier, you have to play in that country beforehand. So maybe you have like a little fan base before applying for a festival.
And I have also a question. Do you give importance to the quality of the application, the EPK, the pictures, the logo, or you're just watching the music?
That's a really good question.
We are checking everything. For example, first of all, of course, we prefer live recordings. But we are checking how the band release the CD, release the DVD, release the albums. We are checking the social media, how the band is doing into the social media. It's important for us. How many shows they are playing, how many clubs they are visiting. So we are checking everything, because everything is when we will collect everything in one part, we will know much more regarding the band, and after that we are invite the bands to the shows in Poland, and then we are listening them live 20 minutes, and we know what we will do with this kind of band. For example, we are accepting bands. First of all, we are choosing the best playing bands. But for example, we got the punk rock bands when the audience is crazy and the audience want this kind of band. So we also apply this band. We are doing with them pre-production meetings, something like that. And this band will be much better prepared than preliminaries. They will play a show and possibly for the biggest audience, for example, than the better bands who get into the festival in the first row, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, you are judging the whole package. It's important. So
yeah.
the EPK, the pictures, everything.
Yeah, exactly.
For example, if you have an application with the band with bad pictures, you will listen to the rest or you stop to the pictures.
Once again, sorry,
For
pictures?
example, there is a band who applies to the festival,
Yeah.
and with the bad EPK, with the bad pictures, etc. Would you step this to go further, or you stop there if you see, oh, okay?
I think I will check the music first, and now
okay.
I will decide. I think the most important thing for the bands is to be every year on the stage. In the future, your idols will not play on this stage, but maybe you will play. So if you will be consistent every year, you will be the band who will be strong and as a rock in your music industry for sure.
But could you, as a band, be too insistent to a promoter?
Once again, sorry.
As a band, could you be to insist too much on the cause, like on a concert? I sent you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mails, and I keep sending them to everyone.
We are receiving emails with Piotr. We are responding for our emails. For sure, we are. Of course, it's not day by day, because the bands are, as you told, they are writing, and still writing to the promoter, to the booker. We are sending them to the preliminaries file, and they are filling the special file. They are registering, and then we know we are make a meeting, 1 week meeting with whole group of jury. And then we know every band in alphabetic list who access to the preliminaries, and then we are making the decisions.
I'd say it's not like we never. If the band is good enough, if they keep writing, it's only good. I mean, if you write too many times, we just stop responding. Then maybe you should get the point. But other than that, unless somebody is to be eliminated right away because he's just a crazy person with one guitar who can't sing or something, these things happen too. But if it's a good band with good quality music, if they are being repetitive and like coming on strong, it's not bad. I wouldn't be afraid of that.
We are also inviting the bands who change the members, for example. If we feel the band's got the big potential, for example, and the frontman, for example, is changing, but the new one can get better potential with this band, with this crew, we are applying again this band, and we are checking. Some of this kind of bands really works. So believe every time and believe always, because the changes are not denied your future.
Thank you so much, and see you on the email.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So now I invite Adrian Biller, our sound engineer, to present a little bit the technical rider, which is really an important part for a touring band.
Hello to everybody. The technical rider. Basically, the technical rider is the most important thing between the band and the technical team of the venue or of the club or where you guys play or arrive. So I will try to be very fast and quick because Mihai changed my actual presentation from 70 page to 27 page because he likes a lot of data. So basically the technical rider provides all the essential technical information about the band. It's also attached to the contract. If there are not some things from the if there are some things missing from the technical rider, the band can cancel the show and so on. It is very important to have like a well-structured technical rider, very well made and very well structured. Also, when you are editing, just use like a respectful and professional tone when editing the rider. So you can move on. The technical rider has a few chapters. We're gonna go through them very quick. It's the travel party, the general information, the input list, the monitoring list, the backline requirement, stage plot, in-ear monitor, frequencies, set list, additional information, and contact details. We will probably make like a whole workshop in the near future with regarding technical stuff. Let's go with the travel party. First and most important, you have to introduce the band members. Also, you have to introduce the technical team. How many engineers you have, how many stage techs, if you have like a monitor engineer. This way you can provide the venue with some very useful information about the overall image of the band, and you're gonna know that the venue what to expect from you. Go on, Mihai. And this is like an example of travel party with 70 crazy people. Plus stuff. The general information. This is about what the bands bring and what the band needs from the venue. So this is. I think you can go on, Mihai, with the example. The next slide. So as you can see here, like in the general information, it's very important when you're a pro band or semi-pro to travel with your own mixing desk, with your own sound engineer, and you can put all these in the general information. You can let the venue know how many cables, how many stands, how many riser do you need, how many stereo in-ears if you use in-ears or wedges. You can let the venue knows how if you are using like a stage, not a stage, a light desk for the lights. Yeah, go on, Mihai. Yeah, about the input list, like this is also very important because it shows your number of channels, how many guitars you have, how many vocals you have, whatever, other instruments, how many keyboards do you have, if you have samplers, if you have wind instruments, etc., etc. This is very important for bands that doesn't own like a sound engineer, because it let knows that the resident guy what the band's needs and what's the layout of that band. Go on, Mihai. Key consideration. What we have wrote, that the list ensures that every required audio connection is accounted for. Depending on the band's level, you can ask for various mics. If you have certain instruments that need certain sources, you can write them in the input list. Also, you can go with own or required equipment. Also, it's applicable for drums, or if you're go out touring and you're not able to bring your guitar, you can ask for the venue to provide you with a guitar, or maybe with an amplifier, or maybe with something similar. Of course, bands are generally responsible for providing their own jacks. I encountered so many times when this guitarist that asked for a TRS cable and we didn't have any at hand. This is like an example of our input list, of Dirty Shirt input list. We have some owned microphones for the drums. We need some DPA 4099 for the clarinet, which is a very good mic. And I think the slide will be online later, and people can watch it. Very important also, monitoring. It's a kind of new. It's very similar to the input list, but it shows the amount of mixing for every musician. Like, for example, here's the drummer. He needs some kick at level 6, 6, 6, 6, and then he needs some more violin maybe and less vocals. And if you don't have your own sound engineer, it shows a very clear image for the resident sound engineer, or for the resident monitoring engineer, how to make your mix in the in-ears or in the wedges. Let's go further. Backline and personal equipment. Backline refers exactly how it's wrote in the display. Is the essential musical equipment, excluding the PA and the monitors that the bands need for the performance. We will include in the backline the drum kit, the guitar and bass amplifiers, if they are needed, keyboards and stands, microphone, DI boxes, accessories, other equipment such as laptop, samplers, percussion, additional accessory. Own versus provided equipment. You have to specify the venue if your gear is owned, or it has to be provided by the venue. Because if it's provided by the venue, that means a lot of some costs for the renting that equipment, and maybe that equipment that a certain musician asks, maybe it's not available. So this is an example of our backline and personal equipment. We always travel with our drum. We just need like a drum riser. We go direct. We don't need any amplifier or cabinets because it's much easier to carry them and less costly. We need some risers usually, and that's it. About the stage plot, very important. The stage plot shows where's every musician on the stage, where's every amplifier, where's every wedge, where is every outlet on the stage, and also it's very helpful for the venue technical team to shorten the amount of time for the setting up and set up the stage. So yeah, as I said, this is like a stage plot of our stage plot. The number represents every channel. Then we have the outlets, the monitoring mixer, the keyboards. This is made in StagePlot Pro, which right now it's discontinued, but it's a very nice software to make the StagePlot. It's very UI friendly. So yeah. About the in-ears, like everybody now is starting to using in-ears. Maybe in the Western Europe, it's not a new thing, but here it's some kind of new thing. So the transition from wedges to in-ears is becoming more often. It's important to, if you go abroad, it's important to let the organizer know your frequency from your microphone, from your in-ear, because there are some legal issues with like different countries have strict regulation on wireless frequencies. That's the whole thing. And the key recommendation: go with. Check the regulation before touring internationally to avoid frequency conflicts. And if necessary, if you go abroad or to a festival here in Romania, just rent some in-ears. Yeah. This is an example of our frequency. You see, we have a bunch of frequency. Romania doesn't have a very strict regulation, not yet. For the in-ears, that's why we have that shawarma of frequencies, and yeah. But for the Western Europe, you have to be very strict on this.
Just to say that it happened to us that we couldn't use our EM system because our frequency was in the police frequencies, etc. So we had to go to the monitor, to the wedge, or to ask the local team to provide the EMs.
Yeah, that's true. The set list. This is a new thing for me, but I wrote it down. It's very helpful also for the engineer and for the light engineer just to just anticipate the changes in the set and program the lights and the video. Some venues. This is new for me. Some venues report performances to collecting societies, ensuring artists receive royalty payments for their...
Legally, they have to do it, but it doesn't happen all the time.
All right, cool. Additional information, if you have any backdrops, either it's digital or you have like a mesh that you're hanging behind the drummer, how many risers do you need? Time requirements for loading, for setup. Like everybody's misconfusing the sound check time with they don't take into consideration the loading times, the setup, and then the loadout and all that. So you have to be very explicit to your loading time, to your setup time, to set up and sound check. Changeover and yeah, go on, Mihai. Be very clear with the contacts. If somebody needs to contact your band or your technical team, have the contacts very clear. The tour manager, the sound engineer, the light engineer, the stage backline monitoring technician, booking agent, because allows the venue to confirm technical details in advance. So you have to be very clear with every contact you are writing in your technical rider. Some tips: request the venue's technical rider in advance, so they have to send you the technical rider. Maybe your band doesn't have a sound engineer, and the sound engineer needs to know what. Soundboard will operate. Also for the light engineer is available. Also helps to identify potential technical challenges early on so you can address or anticipate any problems before the show. Very important, like it happens to us very often. We send the technical rider, but the promoter didn't pass the technical rider to the technical team of the stage. And lucky for us, we brought some copies of the technical rider, and we just gave them to the technician, and they know how to do. Or maybe they had like an older version, and with Dirty Shirt we have different scenarios. And yeah, just have on hand some papers with your technical rider just to handle to.
I confirm it saved our lives several times because with the complex production, like in our case, they didn't have the rider, and without a rider, it's really difficult. They don't know what channel, what we need. So having a paper version, it's really useful.
Yeah, just have it on hand. Yeah. Call the venue. We're replyable. If you're playing in a small venue and do you know somebody there, just call him, tell him, hey, I need this and that, and maybe it's more helpful than an email sent by your tour manager or from your sound engineer that the mail doesn't get to the right person. And be friendly. When you arrive at the venue, just be friendly. Don't be, yeah. Just go on.
If you are not friendly with the local tech team, you risk to have a very bad sound. Huh?
Yeah. Exactly. The final sound quality is determined by the worst component in the sound chain, not by the average of the best piece of the equipment. So yeah, very true. Every part of your setup contributes to the overall sound. So it's very important to pay attention to every aspect of the chain, to the entire chain.
I will give an example. You could be the best guitarist in the world with the best guitar, with the best amplifier. If you have a shitty cable, the sound will be terrible.
Yeah, true. Okay. Also some tips. As Mihai said earlier, like good musician performance, no amount of technical equipment can replace the value of a solid performance. You have to have the correct personal gear. Make sure all your personal equipment it's working. All your cables are working. Nowadays, you can buy like very cheap everything. It's not like 20 years ago when everything was very unaffordable. Yeah. Priorities for a great live sound: rehearse. Not at sound check, just rehearse in the rehearsal room. Know your songs, play well, give everything you got. When you're on stage, you're the master. You're on stage, everybody's down there, so go everything you got. As soon as possible, go with your own sound engineer. It's very important to have your sound engineer because he knows exactly what everybody needs, and he knows the bands well. And yeah, it's very important to have like a sound engineer. Like basically, the sound engineer is the I don't know, the extra member of the band. So it's a member of the band. Yeah.
Just like you.
Yeah, exactly. Own like a monitoring and mixing console, get some in-ears, and of course this is cost-wise. I don't know how many will get. So owning a full tech team, from the light engineer to a very good stage tech like we have here present.
Why are you laughing?
I have to. Yeah. Yeah. Just go rock out and have a great show. Thanks for watching, and yeah, that was it. My first presentation. Yeah, cool.
Do you have some questions or remarks? Is there someone who's checking online if there are questions?
Yeah, online. Thanks.
Here in the audience, there's only some questions. It's too technical, so it's too late. So we will go to the last presentation. Normally, so just to in the communication and promotion part, normally we had 2 presentations, but we are really late. Ella will present now the online promotion. And for the running ads presentation, we don't do it today because it's like a tutorial. So you will find the file, you can download it online. So not necessary to do it now. So now I invite Ella.
Does it work? Hello. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here to talk about the online promotion and on the side of the artist. I'm going to start, like, besides this whole social media is one of the main ways to get an audience, and it's obviously the only way to keep in touch with your fans when you're off the road, is the fact that it's very important to acknowledge the stage your band is at the moment. And so we're going to go to the introduction stage, given that this panel is more about the young emerging bands, right? So usually when you have a band, it's like you get a manager, you get a tour manager, and then you don't have anything else to do, right? So everyone is doing all the work for you. Basically, you got to work on to-do list, right? So you got to be prepared. Like, if you want to get the attention of the right manager, it's not by basically sending them a cold email with, look how awesome my band is, or whatever. It's best to acknowledge that the best way to actually know you're on the right path is by having these people get in contact with you. So basically you got to work on your online presence, which means this is your home base, your website, basically this. The hosting, the design of it, and everything else. If you go back, we have social media, which is, as we know, most of the platforms. We have Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and other community-related, Reddit, Discord, Twitch, everything else. You gotta have a content creation strategy, right? So you gotta have your promo videos, you gotta make invitations, posters, giveaway, everything else like that. And basically, once you have this, you gotta adapt to the objective, which means that you gotta adapt the strategies based on the fact that you're releasing a single or an album or going on tour or something related to this. So you gotta have an object. Targeting an audiences, that means you gotta analyze the interactions, the interest of the audience, the lookalike audiences. Communication with Meta is basically, and I should have added Google Ads as well. It's about ads mostly in the social media. Press presentation, my colleagues talked earlier about the EPK, the press contacts and everything else. Event invitations, interviews, newsletters, press reviews, engagement, and community, right? So as you build your website is basically your home base. So you got to showcase your music, your bio, tour dates, press features, and through it you should collect all the email addresses because that's where the most important data is, in fact, not in the likes, not in the comments, it's in the people who actually take the time and go a step further and actually give their personal information for you to actually use it and create a connection with them, right? So you gotta have the key elements with the hosting, just choose everything. I am a big fan of Wix, to be honest, and I fucking hate WordPress. There are others, I don't remember the names at the moment. Design, so the website should reflect your brand and your music style, obviously. You should use visuals, album art, and videos, everything that aligns with your identity. The pages, it should have the home page, the about the music, with streaming links and everything. You should have a page for your tour dates, press, contact, and obviously the store. So this is very important because don't think an app or a platform is the answer. And if you look for shortcuts, you've already lost. If you think about the bands who actually, let's say they were an exception, never think about you are the exception. That's just something that happened and it wasn't planned. It was a result of something that was planned. They just had to like change the objective and make most of it in the specific moment. You gotta work in being more creative and having a stronger point of view. Basically, you gotta have something to say, not just be present, not just, I don't know, not just commentaries or simply fill out your social media with memes or whatever the fuck you think it's working at the moment. And always start with the best material you have, the release. So if you ever think of releasing a song, but you know, you kind of feel that the hit song would be somewhat the third one or something like that, just go with the best song you ever have. Because if you are to present your song to someone, for me, let's say as a fan or a manager or a label or whatever, if you don't get me by the first song, probably I wouldn't listen to your third song, which you think it's not the cherry on top. You should go with the cherry first, always. So regarding this whole thing with the social media, with the planning, with the website, with the merchandise, with everything, it's not something that's specific that's gonna blow you out, let's say. It's just everything has to be in its own place and present with all the informations correct at the present time. It's also quality and quantity in terms of content, social media and everything else, and it's all based on discipline. So this is the thing, like a lot of bands do not take the time to create the actual foundation. You gotta know a little bit about the social media. You gotta be ahead of the curve with the industry. You gotta engage with the people constantly. Everything that comes from you should be from a genuine spot. The brand identity should be locked in with yourself, release the most in terms of quantity and adapt later, and that I mean the content. And artists should create the content first, always. So what I mean by this is the fact that if you're a young emerging band, don't hire someone for social media or everything like that. Because everything for me, even for me, I work with a lot of artists and they are well established, some of them. But even if I come and I try to communicate with the fans on social media, I always sell. I don't engage. Like I'm selling. I am that person like, like come to this concert and whatever. Like if you are an emerging band and you're saying, hey, come to my concert, fuck off. I've got something else to do, right? Or listen to my album. No? Why? Like, I have my favorite bands. Why should I give you a chance? Right? So you gotta give me something familiar to work with, something I can resonate with, right? For example, Firma. So if you go for social media, right, you have tons and tons of platforms at the moment, and none of them should be more important than the other. And a little bit like off topic, but still on topic, let's say, I think Spotify is getting close to this. You have Canvas, you can share your playlist. I think maybe soon you can comment on each other playlists, like, I don't know. But the thing is, in order to not get burned out regarding this whole social media thing, the whole trade, I think it's a madness, and all the algorithms are changing time after time because most of these platforms don't have a profitable business plan at the moment, even the streaming's one. So if you're actually focusing on a single platform and doing all the best campaigns to get the people to that platform, it's possible that in a month or something like that, the algorithm is changing and you cannot actually benefit anymore from that, right? We go again to Spotify, where you used to have, I don't know, let's say, artists like you. You should have been like very careful with that, not to be associated with a different kind of music, because it would fuck up the whole algorithm. Now no one cares about that. Spotify at the moment is the same as in terms of ChatGPT, let's say. It means, I see you laughing, it's not. What I'm telling you is, if you get a release, the most important hours of the release are the first 24 hours. If you get press around the release, right? Spotify algorithm is searching through the Google algorithm, and to have it pushed naturally, this is something you maybe didn't think of, is getting from Google the most press release stuff and is saying, oh, look, these guys in the first hours of the release is it's like a lot of people are talking about them. Even if they're swearing the band or something like that, like they don't know, the machine doesn't know if it's good or bad. But the thing is very possible the streaming media by default organically is going to increase the reach and suggestions to the other users who probably never heard of your band. It's just because of this. So whenever you do, when you're launching your social media on all the platforms and everything like that, it's best to build a fan avatar. That means like, who could be your fan, right? Who could listen to my music? Like, what would the demographic be and everything else? You should practice a brand ID. I say practice because probably you don't know how to build it, but it's in most terms, let's say it's something like how you're dressing, like how you're reacting to stuff. Who are your competitors? This is very important. So as long as you get more information about this baby band that you're building up, is the better. Also, look where you follow your favorite artists. That should say a lot about where you're going to with your band. And where do you like to hang out on socials? Basically, the whole thing about choosing your social media is about amplifying what you already are, right? So why would you do this? So you create experience for your fans. You engage with each post, and you design each post to create an interactive and memorable experience for your audience. This is very important because the emotional connection and the experience you offer them in the live show or online is the reason why they keep staying with you on the long term, right? So gain valuable data for a cold introduction. So it's best to target the right audience from the start as much as you can. You gotta collect the data to understand the ideal person to engage with and use this info to tailor your cold introduction effectively. You also, as I said before, avoid the social media burnout as long as you talk on your favorite social media and the topics that most describe you the most as human or as musician or everything else. You kind of avoid this looking out for trends to follow, and you are already behind if you do that, I mean, in my opinion. You also target audiences based on individual interest, so you can have a personalized approach, and so you can craft your content on their specific interests and preferences and everything else. And also, the geo-targeting is very important. You gotta understand also where they are and where they're also on which platforms they engage with you the most, right? So basically, it's a very slow process. But as I said before, it's the discipline. You gotta be steady, and yeah, consistency is power. So in terms of audiences, how do you start this? Basically, you look for related artists in your genre. So you gotta go through the Spotify related artists, through Google and through Chartmetrics. Or maybe you're not gonna look after your release, so you're gonna look after your idol or whoever you're following that the music is matching the genre, right? So that's one of the ways. Chartmetric, by the way, it's a tool I use to measure the social media and the streaming and everything else as a bunch, and not going specifically for the insights in each platform. It gives you like an insight of everything, right? Then you look for local publications and brands that feature artists like you, contact outlets. As I said before, that's very important for your streaming release as well, and it's best to have press written by you. Then you have your native social media ads. So this is very interesting because these are call-to-arm ad generating machines. It sounds very cool, right? It's like it's a machine. And the thing is, and recommendation algorithm. So basically this call-to-arm generating machine, this is when you have your website built up already, right? So you have your pixel already installed into Facebook. See, if you would have done that presentation, perhaps people would have got more information about it. So what does the pixel do? The pixel is gathering the, how do you say, the behavior of the consumer. So how long they stay on your website, on what page, on what device, what time, everything else, right? So you can make ads based on that. And the recommendation algorithm, that's basically the algorithm that it's defined by the shares on social platforms, the likes and everything else. So one is basically data-driven, very strict, and the other one is more, let's say, I don't know, yeah, more reaction-oriented, let's say. Right. So the whole thing with, brands and the other interests that are connected to your genre. So something interesting happened. I worked with an artist from UK, and I was like, this girl, she was a photographer, she was very empowering, a very nice character, and I was like, telling the artist, and it's like, we should get her and she should make our album artwork, right? So let's do a session with her. So what happened was that we did the session with her, and we found this picture. I was like, this is amazing, this should be the artwork. I don't know if it's necessarily, I don't know, it just, the picture ended up in Vogue Italia, being tagged and everything else. And at the moment, obviously, everywhere on the internet, she appears at the moment. It's like you have Vogue Italia, Vogue Italia, Vogue Italia. That was a very interesting experience to have. And regarding streams, in order to obtain a little bit more data about this, you should do direct to Spotify campaigns, and obviously Spotify playlist submissions. It's still an ongoing stuff. Unfortunately, the services are too expensive, and I believe if you are going to throw money into this, and even if it's legit, it's something you shouldn't back off from. So it's something you should keep doing, honestly. So I would advise you, don't do it. So regarding targeting and audiences, interests, interactions, lookalike, and everything else, you should define your audience, like focus on the genre, interests, and demographics. For social media ads, targets users. Thank you. And now I have to go like this to actually see what's in the monitor. Okay, target users who like similar artists or have an interest in related music genres. So whenever you're creating your cold audience, right, it's best to have like the biggest bands in your genre and then add even more. So when you're creating a cold ad and you're reaching to, I don't know, it's a band name, whoever you're sounding like, it's best to add at least 7 or 8 into that a whole interest thing. And it's best as well to create 7 audiences like this. Do not repeat the bands into them. So it's basically what I'm saying, at least 7 audiences, each audience with 7 artists in interest, because Facebook doesn't find everyone. And run 7 ads with each audience, do the tests, and see which audience is performing best, right? Okay, so we go for lookalike audiences, which is the best audience actually you can use. These are, you gotta create ads for audiences similar to your existing fans, attract new followers. These are the people who are very, very, very similar to the audience that already interacted with you. And then you gotta check the status, refine the strategy of everything and see where you have to improve. I see I've missed something here, I think. The opt-in campaigns. These are the campaigns that everyone hates the most. Is the how should I say? Whenever you do something, is something like you receive a gift. If you sign up or anything like this, the thing is these are very stressful because they simply appear everywhere. And something else I forgot to mention, and it's very important: the fan finder video. This should be basically the first campaigns you should start with. A fan finder video is where you're basically kind of singing in a very let's say, not in a studio, not in a concert stage, just be in an environmental friendliness, somewhere where people can relate to you. Let's say it should also be something like one shot, like filmed with I don't know, with a phone or something like that. It shouldn't be something professional, is what I mean, because people will resonate not only with the song, but with everything that's in the video as well. So it doesn't have to be actually professional. I think, in my opinion, this should be the first way to start your ads. So content creation, building the foundation. First of all, in this corner, you have the recurring media, where it's very important. Podcasts, weekly videos, live streams, email subscribers. It doesn't have to be all. You can just choose 1 or 2, honestly. The content ideas are basically recorded music, live performance, interviews, BTS, vlogs, everything else. The whole idea of having your social media in place, your website, everything at the present, and all this content, plus recurring content, plus everything else, is the fact that you can give your fan the idea of obsessive discovery, the fear of missing out, let's say. You give that. Right? So this is what's happening here, is whenever they discover you, it's best to see you everywhere if they look for you, right? So you have social platforms and their different type of content. You have the Instagram, which is the killer app. This is something you use mostly on short term, like when you're in a lunch break, when you're in the subway, on your way home, or something like that. But now you're kind of starting to like close the app, especially when you see at the end of the videos on Instagram, CapCut. So that's when you know you gotta move on TikTok. You have threads, it's not such a big deal, but that's basically, in my opinion, the former TikTok as it used to be, like everyone giving opinions and shit. So it's good to be there as well. Facebook sucks, but it's still good for ongoing conversation and still the best market for ads, like their user interface regarding their market. It's still the best. YouTube, still the biggest streaming service and second search engine in the world, probably gonna get on the third after ChatGPT soon. And then TikTok is still developing in our fields. What I've heard, yeah, let's say that about this area of Europe is the geo-targeting is very local. So even though you speak in a different language or anything else, you still get like only Romanian stuff. It's not yet so well, let's say, built up. And there's also an issue with this side of Europe is the fact that even Facebook, TikTok, and everyone has some creative programs or beta programs for testing stuff, and they never get to this side of Europe. That's very, very bad at the moment. The most used platforms for the rock scene, let's say, for social media are at the moment Reddit, YouTube, and Discord, and probably for most genres as well is the best community-oriented platforms, because that's where you actually create the community. It's on the Facebook and everything else, you kind of promote yourself, let's say. Like the real things at the moment are happening here. So basically, you should find your audience, keep up the flow, plan ahead, and the biggest issue, I think, is don't be late to adapt out of ego. Like, for example, being in a band, I shouldn't create TikTok. Like, this is not for me. I don't have TikTok. Like, why would I? This is like, go for it. You're going to be shit at the beginning, but then you're going to get better. So if you don't start anytime soon, you're going to progress very, very slow. So what you might have missed regarding social media is the fact that the option save is one of the best options to actually use, is the fact that save is more important than likes, than comments, than shares, and everything else. If people save more your posts, it will also appear, this is on Instagram strictly, it will appear on other people who organically that don't follow you or know you yet, your posts are going to be there. And I'm sure it happened many times that you get posts in feeds from people that you never engaged with, but they're just because of that, you're going to get it. You have Facebook keywords in comments. That's also very interesting. Because it's increasing the chances that your post, again, will pop up in the Facebook search engine for whatever it is. You have the YouTube timestamps, which does basically the same thing. If you have in YouTube, if you give a title for each timestamp, it's just that title will probably get in the search engines regarding that specific thing you're doing it. So if you don't do this, it's like nothing's basically gonna happen, right? What else do you have here? It's best to time your posts when your audience is most active. Hashtags, links, best to be in the first comment. And why is that? Like, I don't know if you saw, but if you post a YouTube link, like this is my video, this is my release, and it's on Facebook, Facebook and YouTube are competitors. Facebook doesn't like to send people off their platform somewhere else, right? So it's best to have most, how should I say, native posts, pictures and videos into Facebook directly. And now we get to the education stage. So what does that mean? You already have recurring media. You have selected it. Once again, these are some weekly videos, some streams, like something you do on a regular basis. You have the social media, page optimization. Fucking do that. It doesn't take a long time. Like whenever you release something, just make sure everything is updated with the same profile picture, the same cover photo, and everything else. Everything should be on top, right? You have the top campaigns. You have your fan finder. You know the video that I said. Like don't film it in a professional environment. Just make it very friendly because people now. Back in the days, I understand that everyone was very professional looking like, and the artist was something unapproachable. Right now, it's about community, and so you gotta be approachable, you gotta be friendly, you gotta talk to your fans, you gotta reply to their DMs and everything else. So, funnel based, once again, was you offer something, someone takes it, you give something else. Like just keep them funnel based. Everything is something recurring, not in terms of content, but in like personal experience and everything else. Free ship and handle campaigns, like if you have a $60 t-shirt or something else, give a CD with it for free. Probably CDs don't sell that much, right? Or what was that? Oh yeah, or guitar picks or everything else. So just give something. The whole idea of introduction stage and education stage is that do not ask your fans to do something for you. You always have to give. Like you give and you give and you give and you keep them interested into it. Do not ask for them to do stuff for you. That's why the opt-in campaign was a high risk, because you are actually asking for something from them, right? So it's something that could work, but it's a risky one. So where you look for engagement, you look in reacts, in comments, in shares, clicks, page views, saves, swipes, everything else. Where you create the custom audience through the metrics that you have on your business account. You already have those, called audiences. But also the recurring ads, you have the pixel installed and everything else. So you get, as I said, the customers' behavior and everything else. You look in events, people who responded. I don't know if that works anymore. Does it? The events when people respond, and I haven't actually done an audience page. Is it? All right. Facebook page is also audience. This is more good for the introduction phase. Video metrics. Very good custom audience. Not necessarily go for the 3 seconds one. Just go for like at least 50%, 70%, 90% of video views. It's best to push those when you have them at the start through the cold audience, so you get enough views to work with, in fact. All right, so we go to the endearing phase in education, where just be nice to people and reply to them. Just do DM conversations and everything. Retargeting videos. You have now video views metrics, as I said, live streaming, education materials, blogs, lyrics, backlog content, biography, and everything else. Bots. So what I mean about bots is I used, and I would still use, ManyChat. You don't know about it, all right? So basically, when you're writing a message to a page and you get an instant reply on your messenger, yeah, that's about it. So you create the channel and you can do actually fun games with it. The whole idea is that the fans are actually kind of scared to talk to you regarding of the stage your band is. So in order to make it comfortable, you can actually make them a trivia or something, you know, just something to interact with. And at the end, you can actually make them say whatever they wanted to say. It's very interesting. What else? So it's best to gather all the data, obviously, about your fans. So we need to understand the gap between our assumptions and the truth, right? So we gotta look at all the insights regarding our fans, just so we know what kind of message we deliver to them, right? We can get these through Google Forms, Facebook group polls, Instagram stories, comments, everything like this. We can get insights about them. So this happens in order to tailor your topics to set up the next conversations. And also the topic wheels, we're going to talk in a second. So you see here, creating your topic wheel. This topic wheel is very important and it's something you're going to carry with you for many years. It reflects your own personality, your personal story. It consults already with the data, with the existing data you have, and you engage with fan discussions, so you get an idea about the real story you're talking, the real way you're talking about yourself and with your fans, right? So I guess the best thing is to build this world for fans. So the main idea is switching from a promotion mindset to a connection one. So at the beginning, you're going to be promotion. You're going to test everything. You're going to see what resonates best with you, best with your fans, and just go on with that. So as an artist, embracing a connection mindset over a promotion mindset allows you to share the best parts of yourself in a genuine way. Connection itself is actually your promotion. To build this connection, treat your social media profiles as a world rather than just a space to display content, right? And as a thank you, if you give me your data, your personal info, you send me an email and you're interested, I can send you a performance analysis and a DTF plan for you and your band to look over it and tailor it on your material, so it can help you actually move on a little bit faster and have a bigger understanding regarding towards you're going. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. If you have questions or remarks. So, thank you, Ella.
Thank you.
So now we are about finishing finally this workshop. So just to tell you that the running ads presentation, it will be online. You can download it. And you will have the practical view of what Ella explained before, how to create an audience, what's the difference between interest, interactions, and lookalike. Because these strategies are really important. If you understand how to use it, it can change the impact of your promotion online. So it's really like a tutorial with images where you have to click, etc. So you can make it at home without the need of a presentation. And now the final conclusions. Yes, final conclusions. Just some opportunities from EERA project for the young bands, because we have nice opportunities for the bands who wants to participate in the project. There is a chapter with resources. Of course, I won't present it, but if you want to know what tools we are using these bands on our management and promotion, you will find it. and of course, general Q&A if you have final questions. So just opportunities from EERA project. I think for the young bands, the most interesting thing could be the Young Talent Contest. We will start it in April, I think. Yes, it's written there. It will be open for young bands, maximum 30 years old for all members. There will be 3 sections in the contest, one for Romania and Moldova, one for Slovakia and Czech Republic, and one for Poland and Ukraine. We will be on a line and jury voting 50-50%. Something to know, it will not be with likes because we had bad experience with it. So it will be something more complex with email, with confirmation by email to be sure that the fans who will vote for the band are real fans. And each section, because there are 3 sections, there will be 3 winners. Winners for Czech Republic and Slovakia, for Poland and Ukraine, and 1 winner for Romania. And the winner will be qualified and will be played to EERA Festival at the final festival of the project. And the top will be established by the jury voting only. And the prices. For instance, we have more than 10,000 euros value prices, so it could be really interesting. You will, the band who will win will play at EERA Festival, but also there are monetary prizes, 4,500 euro cash, it's not really cash, and equipment, slots at the festival, software, studio, etc. As an example, for international winner, the price will be 2,000 euros. We already have headphones from Meze headphones, really nice gear. From Drameo, we will have in-ear headphones for all members. We will have guitar software, membership of Musora platforms, and free assistance for touring kit preparation, and so on, so on. So they are nice prizes. Another opportunity is the artist portal. Also will start in April. The idea is to bring their bands from the participating country who wants to connect with bands from other countries. So by default, the bands that will enter the contest will be part of the artist portal. The objective in long term for the artist portal is to make a platform of exchanging touring together. So it could be a nice thing for the bands. And the professional database, this will be rather in May that we will do it. It will be a geolocated database with venues, with festivals, with professional, to make easier for touring bands to find information. Because nowadays you have information in your own country, but if you want to play abroad, it's quite difficult to know where are venues, what are their capacity, who to contact. So this is the objective of the database. Resources are for touring, content creation, online distribution and promotion, internal communication, crowdfunding solution, and AI solution. This could be another topic for a new workshop about AI impact in the music industry. So thank you, everybody. If you have some questions or something to add. So thank you all, thank you very much. The project continues tomorrow with a concert here in Bucharest at Quantic. Saturday we are in Brașov at Reduta, and Sunday the 3 bands, Helenine Oci, Dirty Shirt and Litka Grubasa, will be at Cluj. And the tour will continue in March with 3 shows in Prague, Trenčín, and Bratislava. And in April, 3 shows in Wrocław, Warsaw, and Krakow. So thank you again, and see you on the show. Bye-bye.